Okay, I think I can't use the pointer, but I'll just go over. We do a bunch of different things, so we will walk into what we have as a systems approach towards road safety. The systems approach involves something that motivates. So we have a lot of fatalities, so that motivates us. And we went on to, with the goal that we have in mind about reduction in fatalities, reduction in accidents, and so on and so forth. What we went on to do was to initially build a trauma care system, which is a data-driven trauma care system. We figured out that the data doesn't exist, so instead of asking people for data, we went on to build the entire national database that was the IRAD. We do primarily into vehicle engineering, safety in vehicles, and I come from that background. So the vehicle engineering part, again, we do, and lastly about the infrastructure and other things that are there, we work on. Now, the entire talk, we will try to put it in 2 or 3 slides. And if there is interest, we will pursue the talk and take it forward to the next level. Essentially, whose responsibility is road safety? Everybody? Yeah. But saying responsibility means nothing, but saying how you go about. So in management, we talk about a change that you bring, what is the structure you build to the change, and how you define the scope. So for that change, what we wanted to get, the apex level of policy planning implementation, that is the goal. To reach that, we put it in multiple layers of things to be done to reach there. On the first phase, we put the national database, that is the foundation stone, which is the IRAD. It was what it was called. Morning we talked about it for a few seconds. It was rechristened EDAR so that it could be over-encompassing everything. That IRAD EDAR was primarily implemented by another national agency, NIC system integrator, NICSI and NIC. It's not an easy job because every bureaucrat in every district will have his own or her own opinion of what needs to be done. Managing that and getting it through is not an easy thing that anybody could do. So we have the Karnataka's rollout team. Please stand up. That is the bunch of Karnataka's rollout team. Please give a... So when we designed IRAD, one of the key things we told, everybody laughed at me when I wrote the DPR. I said, every district will have one guy who will support the district administration. They are called DRM, district rollout managers. And then at a state level, a state rollout manager we will keep. And then we will have 10 master trainers who will go do training. So when, I don't know, maybe because I was a professor, nobody asked me any questions. The DPR was approved as is, and they went about doing it. That managing 700, 800 individuals, that is the key challenge, not the software, not putting the policy in, but managing 800 people. You're the SRM, right? So the state rollout managers and other things. And that data comes about only because all those people who are from the police, traffic police, can you stand up? All the traffic police people who are here, can you stand up, please? A round of applause to all of them, please. They are the reason why data came into play. It is not because somebody had a good idea, somebody had the money to finance it. It is not because somebody developed the software. or modified the already existing software to national use or rolling it out. It is actually people who populate the data. Because we could have the data, we could do a lot of analytics on it. An analytics layer called Sanjaya was built. That Sanjaya, who is Sanjaya? Can anybody fathom a guess? Who or what is Sanjaya? Anyone? Anybody have read Bhagavad Gita? Mahabharata. What does he do? So one guy who is a driver for the king tells the king what is happening in a faraway battlefield. So Sanjaya is that analytics layer that is there, which is customized for utilization by people. And now we are in the next phase. So when somebody says IRAD, EDAR, it is past. It is 3-4 years ago we pushed it. Now what we push is how do we do intervention? So the data-driven hyperlocal interventions and how do we do policy planning? So morning we spent some time. The IRAD part was everything that is not the lavender or whatever color that is there. The lavender color part is the next phase. Any of you have had trying to claim insurance money after accident? Takes huge amount of time. The reason is not because of anything, it's because nobody has the facts. It's easy to tell that the judiciary was delaying it, the cops were investigating it wrong or anything, but we actually did not have the facts. So the next phase that we are getting in is the EDAR phase, where there is a judicial thing happens in, my goal is within 1 week after the investigation is done, the judicial pronouncement should be done. Too far for 1 week, at least in 1 year, if a settlement happens, it's a great thing to start with. So I'll just give you an inkling of things that happen in, our friends from who have access to the Western world mentioned accidents. So just to put in perspective, we run a database where the accidents are so large a number. Maintaining it and making it available 24/7 is NIC and NICSI, they go about a humongous job and being available, data gets populated, and this is what is the national fatalities and this thing. So morning the Home Minister talked about a district, Tumkuru, which is about 70 kilometers odd from Bengaluru. And one of the things that we always find, maximum fatalities happen just outside a large civilization or a large city. So you can look at it, the number of fatalities year on year. We are slowly growing and 25 is not close. So we have a very simple accounting where we say that 3 months after the date of a crash is when we will count a crash is counted. That's the legal time frame that they give. So we project for 25 what will be the data. But you can see the number of fatalities may be a little bit decreasing, but the trend is to increase. Why? To answer that why question, you need to find where density of these accidents are happening. These black dots are about 500-meter stretches where a large amount of fatalities are happening. Those of you who are familiar with that road, what is that road? Anyone? Where you have one black line that goes, that's your Pune highway, which has a large amount of manufactured items. The tier 1 suppliers in the Hosur, Bangalore area, they commute. There's a huge journey risk that exists. So there's a loss of material and this thing that goes. In fact, if you get a little closer on that, you can actually find what are all the reasons why these crashes were happening. So, no surprise here, majority of the fatalities happen in the SH-NH zone, and You can find that in terms of time, 3 to 9 p.m. is the risky time. Maybe the devil or Yamaduta is very prevalent in that time zone. Uh, we can drill down up to a police station level. Which police station has more fatalities, more injuries, more things happening? We also find the high speed is one of the reasons why a large chunk of fatalities were happening. You can look at it as two-wheeler, right? So a large chunk of the people here are young uh, people that come. The 25 to 45 zone is about 38% of all the fatalities in two-wheelers. And 41% of all the fatalities in Tumkur is from two-wheelers. National highways constitute the largest, about one-third of all fatalities. More importantly, in the morning also, and what the Lordship mentioned, helmet usage, 35%, more than one-third did not use helmet, and another one-third we don't know whether they used or did not use, which most likely is they didn't use the helmet. So roughly two-thirds didn't have a helmet on them. All of it that we talked about, everything, we bring it in one portal a little bit more in Sanjaya, which is able to give you analysis, visualization, developing strategies, and also tracking of any changes that you want to implement. So a variety of four corners of it. One is report generation, other is the intelligence formation, the visualization, and the last arm is tracking. Track what changes are coming about. So a video of what Sanjaya is can be seen. If you want to, you can take a picture of the QR code or scan into that QR code, and a very brief video of what Sanjaya is could be seen from there. We're not playing it here. So this is how the landing screen, once you log in, comes. You can filter, you can get into variety of fatalities, the geographical information, the tracking of the location information, and so on. Now that's done and dusted. Now we need to go to the next game. So the current thing that we work is something very interesting, at least to us, which is, hey, we have data. So what do we do after we have the data? We can utilize the data to make changes. So we divide the world into a thought level and the ground level. At a thought level, you formation of the factual information into an idea that you can plan and de-risk the operations. At a ground level, you can implement and learn to see what happens. In a nutshell, this is what we do in the DDHI. We pick up factual information from IRAD. We pick up additional street knowledge, which is the perception of fatalities, because all accidents don't get recorded, but the local area people will know what happened. So we have another tool by which this perception gets captured, and the emergency related stuff. At a DRSC level, the District Road Safety Committee level, we look at engineering and administrative interventions to have impactful, localized, and frugal interventions that you would want to get. Currently, we are testing it as a pilot in 17 states. Karnataka has these districts involved. These districts are implementing this DDHI that is there. So various tools that we provide, and these tools are used for running the DDHI. So similarly for the perception, there's a tool that we provide so that the perception gets captured. Then we trauma preparedness level, all the trauma hospitals, how prepared they are to implement the changes. We take care of those things, and we document it and then go about doing it. So action plan. On the right where you see 40 written, Can you guess where it is from, that road? Anybody? That is actually Kabul. If Kabul can have a road like that, I'm sure India can have, Bangalore can have a better road. So these are all some of these things where, you know, just by implementing very simple solutions, very cheap, low cost, frugal intervention, you could bring down crashes from 570 to 68 and make an impact that could get to be done on one of the highways not very far from where we are sitting right now. So in Karnataka, those of you who are in government, the nodal person will be the district head, which will be the district development commission, DC, district commissioner, and the SP of police. And we will have this tracking mechanism that we talked about implement. So the tracking that we talked about, you can have an entire spectrum, which all the way from the head of government sitting in Bangalore to a person at the district level. Now we are not opening it up for public. In future, this can be very transparent that even a public can see what is getting done. So the last part of my talk is for all those people who are sitting in the back. All you young friends, can you just give 3 minutes of your time now? Can you all stand up for 1 minute? Those in the back, the young kids, all of us are young. I'm only looking at the college kids and others. Please sit down. I hope I got your, like we told about when we deployed IRAD, we had the district rollout managers. So when we deploy DDHI, we have a scheme that was introduced by Government of India called as a Sadak Suraksha Mitra. It's a pure voluntary services that is done between what we had pushed from Ministry of Road Transport and the Youth Affairs, which we got through in My Bharat portal. The idea is to identify young volunteers, look at a local level. Nobody should commute more than 10 kilometers in a district. So as many volunteers as possible, leverage e-learning platform that IIT Madras is pretty famous at. So we have these things on our LMS systems by which basic training gets done. Those of the volunteers who want to get additional training or those whom we shortlist will get additional training on engineering interventions, auditing and all those things. And this program essentially is being deployed across all these 100 districts. Similarly, there is another NGO which is implementing another program. We've also suggested they should also take advantage of this program of SSM and utilize these resources for such an activity. So, I told that we need to get citizen participation, participatory governance. One of the government of Odisha and IIT Madras, we created a platform called RAT, which is a citizen portal. There's a workflow management essentially. So every change, everything that has to be done, the entire workflow management happens on a single platform that we would want to do. So everything is absolutely transparent. It's not like somebody comes and does some work someday. You can even tell what happens at what level. So in a sense, being IIT Madras, we essentially build capacities. We don't like to do everything ourselves. Say, for example, when we had IRAD, I was just telling them the story from NIC people. We could have as well gone and implemented, we could have got any other partners to implement. But we wanted to build capacity and run that by existing agencies. Existing agencies should build capacity, deliver, and do things. So we focus on Swami Vivekananda's thing, teach a man how to fish rather than feed him. So we kind of put that in play. We teach and we build capacity across all things. Central to all of our model, all of you would have heard about these 4E, but I always tell, anything that we do, if you miss the human in the middle, if you don't empathize, we fail. So the entire model that we had built was based on empathy. That's the empathy model that we have. All of you, it's an open invitation. Please do visit IIT Madras. That's how it actually looks. On every average evening at IIT Madras, if it is not raining, or if it is, this is how it looks like, and it's pretty Sylvian, forest-like campus that you can be in. If you have any questions, you can shoot it by mail. I don't think this would be easy to have question answer session, but if there are questions, I'll be happy to answer. If there are no questions, I'll park. Whoever is the MC, you could take over. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venkatesh Balasubramaniam. And I'm pretty sure some of the students will come to you offline and ask some questions if you are around. Thank you, sir. We now move on to the next session, which is the behavioral risk factors for road traffic injuries. I would request Dr. Gautam Meluru Sukumar, Professor of Epidemiology, Head WHO, CC for Injury Prevention and Safety Promotion, NIMHANS, to please come over and take us through this session. Dr. Gautam? Yeah, he is there. Amele, students particularly, in the classroom, you converse with one another. Here you have come to gain knowledge. There you will meet your lecturers, you meet your professors. See, you could have asked some questions in the earlier session, so please think over and please do not converse with one another when the dignitaries, they have come here for us. So if you are all agreeing with me, please give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Gautam and ensure that you don't speak till the end of this session. Please, thank you.
Ellarigu namaskara. So, I know you all had lunch and your interest is waning. So let us have a small check. Ellaru kai hinge itkoli. Ellaru nan nodi, kai hinge itkoli. At the count of 3, clap your hands. 1, 2, 3. So ನೀವು ಯಾರು ಎದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ದೆ 3 ಎಣಿಸಿದಾಗ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಿ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಒಂದು ಟಾಕ್ ರೋಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರಲ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಸರ್ವೇ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ. ಆಲ್ ದ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದೇ ಫೇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆನ್ ಎ ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ಬೇಸಿಸ್. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಬಳಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಮದ್ಯಪಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನೀವು, ನಾವು ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಶ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಅಪಘಾತ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನೋಡೋಣ. ನಾನು ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ.
Human behavioral risk factors of road traffic injuries.
ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ದಿರ ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ. ನಾವು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ರಕ್ತ ಎಪ್ಪಗೆಟ್ಟುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ರಕ್ತ ತೆಗಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ ತರ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಜೀವನ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹಂಗಿರಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. This is not to scare you, but to basically change your attitude. We should understand the consequences. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲನ್ನ ಕಟ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ.
ठीक है उसको कुछ मत करो नीचे एमएम में हो गया और
Yeah, you can stop it and play the PowerPoint. Yeah. So basically, my friends, what I want to talk about today is that as the earlier professor has clearly emphasized the role of human factor, the empathy, which we call it as human behavior. Human behaviors, can you please play the slides? Human behaviors are very important. You can have the best of road. The road design can help you modify your behavior to some extent. At the end, it lies with the individual. Can I request all of you to stand? If it is yes, ನೀವು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಕಾಣಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕಳೆದ 30 ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದಕ್ಕಾದ್ರೂ ಹೌದು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅನ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. In the last 30 days, if it is yes to any one of the following sentences, please sit down. I don't know for what you are sitting down, but if it is yes to anyone, please sit down. Even one. Yeah. It's assumed it is adverse behavior. So the people who are sitting, kindly give a big clap to the people who are standing. Because ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಬಯಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, it has come to a point where it is so common that it is perceived as normal. People don't understand that the risk factors for crashes are like risk factors for any other disease. ಒಂದು ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಇದು ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಶ್. ಇದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಘಟನೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ನೋಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಒಂದು ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ 5 to 29 years ವಯಸ್ಸಿನವರಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆತ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ. ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆತ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಇನ್ ಯಂಗರ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ who are supposed to lead the nation in years to come. It is taking away their lives, if not lives, their quality of lives, their contribution, and indirectly the nation's productivity. So today, who are the people who are dying? It is basically the young people. ಟೂ-ವೀಲರ್ ಓಡಿಸೋರು, ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಚಿಕ್ಕವರು ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಟೂ-ವೀಲರ್ ಓಡಿಸೋರು, ಪೆಡೆಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಇವರು 30 to 40% ಜನ ಇವತ್ತು ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಶ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರು ಸಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಹೈವೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಹೈವೇಸ್, ದೋ ಇಟ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 5% of the roads, they account for significant proportion of crashes as well as fatalities. It indirectly points to us that speed is a very big confounder. But speed is also essential within limits. But sometimes speed, rash driving, combination of other human behaviors increases the chance of crashes as well as fatalities. So we need to understand, where do people actually die? ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಯ್ತಾರೆ? ಅಪಘಾತ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಯ್ತಾರೆ? So this is data from our hospital which says that 20% of the people, they die on the spot. 30% die between the accident site and the hospital. 50% die in the hospital. One important thing we should understand is that sir was talking about preparedness, measuring preparedness of hospitals. Even as per the WHO essential trauma care guidelines, if the hospital alli tumba chanagidru ICU care systems, emergency care systems, you will only be able to save maximum 35 to 38% of that 50%. So invariably it points toward, and when road traffic injuries are concerned, prevention is very, very important. We cannot reduce the problem in this country by strengthening post-crash care, by increasing the hospitals, by training the doctors. You can only reduce to some extent. If you want to reduce the problem of road traffic injuries, road crashes na kammi ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, road crash ಇಂದ ಆಗುವ ಸಾವನ್ನು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು human behavior, roads, ಹಾಗೂ vehicles problem ಅಂತ ನಾವು solve ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. So if you look at the behavior, every road crash, it is not an accident. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ vehicle related factors ಇರುತ್ತೆ, human related factors ಇರುತ್ತೆ, road related factors ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಒಟ್ಟುಗೂಡಿ ಒಂದು ರಸ್ತೆ ಅಪಘಾತದ ಸಂಭಾವನೆ ಅಂತೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. So the probability of crash increases significantly when there is an interplay of all these risk factors. So let us talk about, we actually, along with the government of Karnataka, the Bengaluru Traffic Police, the Road Safety Authority, we conducted a statewide survey of what is the prevalence of helmet use. Helmet balike ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಸರಿಯಾದ helmet balike ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ, seat belt balike ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಸ್ಪೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಬಳಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಬಳಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಸರ್ವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸಹಯೋಗದಿಂದ. ಅದು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ with adequate amount of checks and balances for validity. There was training, there was monitoring visits, multiple, there were manuals for reinforcement, all those kind of things. So how much did we observe? We observed lakhs of people. We observed lakhs of vehicles. But what did we find out? Coming first to the helmet use. Before I actually go, helmet is just like what God has created, our head. We have an outer covering called skull. We have outer covering called skull. Below the skull, you have the bones. Then below that, you have a thick rubbery sheets. Below the rubbery sheet, there is a very thick jelly-like substance or a fluid-like substance called as cerebrospinal fluid. Our brain floats in that fluid. Similarly, the helmet, which the engineers have designed, it closely mimics the anatomy of the human skull and the brain. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ? ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ there is a outside hard cover shell. Below that there is a foam which absorbs the force. But this will act only if you wear a standard helmet, minimum ISI standard, along with strap fitting tightly. In the event of a crash, the force will get equally distributed. It will get absorbed by the foam, which is the most important part of the helmet, and reduce the impact onto the brain. So helmet ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಟೊಪ್ಪಿ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಫೋಮ್ ಇಲ್ದೇ ಇರೋಂತ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಧರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಇಲ್ದೇ ಇರೋ ಒಂದು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸುರಕ್ಷತೆ. ನೀವು ಸರಿಯಾದ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಬಳಕೆ? What we have observed is that around there 11% of the riders were wearing helmet correctly. Even though 21% of the riders were wearing helmet, the correct use of helmet is only around 11%. E data na we have to link it with, this is a population level observation data. Now 35% of the fatalities were not wearing helmets in the previous, that is data from the records, fatality records. So we should be able to merge and come up with a model that if we improve helmet wearing rates by certain things, what will be the change in the fatality? So if you are doing proper intervention, how much will the helmet rise improve? Now, if you look at the districts, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ, ಉಡುಪಿ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬಳಕೆ ಇದೆ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್. ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಏನು ಕೀ ಫೈಂಡಿಂಗು? ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಬಳಕೆ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಬಳಕೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್, ಇದು ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್. ಇದು ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಇಂಜುರಿಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕನ್ಕಷನ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಲಕ್ವಾ ಹೊಡೆಯೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಪ್ಯಾರಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ತಲೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಹೊಡೆಯೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಈಗ ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರದಿಂದ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಿರೋ ಕಾರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಗಳಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಬಳಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ? ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ 16% ಇದೆ ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಬಳಕೆ, 16%. ಬಟ್ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ರೆಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವ ಒಂದು ಸೀಟ್, ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಸೀಟ್ ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಳಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದೆ. It is less than 1%. So the human behavior with respect to wearing the seat belts, especially among the drivers as well as the passengers, need to be improved in the state. If you look at the breakup of the seat belt used by the type of vehicle, we see the SUVs and sedans, they are the fastest moving vehicles in highways. But however, their seat belt use is better, but most of the other vehicles, the seat belt use is very less. Probably because they don't get seat belts in their vehicles, nor enforcement needs to be improved, targeted to such kind of vehicles. Now, coming to the speeding. Speeding is tumba important, yakandre 80 to 90% of ella fatalities speeding ge almost speeding inda agutte. So speed kammi madidre ಜನರು ಸಾಯೋದು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ನಾನು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ನಂಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಕಣ್ಣು ಸರಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಇದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಂದೆ ಆಬ್ಸ್ಟಕಲ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾನು 1 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೊಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು 65 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಲಿಮಿಟ್, ಆ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ 65 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಇರುವ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ 35 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೊಡಿತೀವಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ. 70 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯುವಕರೆಲ್ಲ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ 70 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. 70 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ 50 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಹೊಡಿತೀರಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. 80 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ 60 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಡಿತೀರಾ. ಬಟ್ ನೀವೇನ್ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ 50 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏಟ್ ಬಿದ್ರೆ ಬರೇ 8 ಜನ 10ಕ್ಕೆ ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. 60 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. 30 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏಟ್ ಬಿದ್ರೆ 9ಕ್ಕೆ 10 ಜನ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂತಾರೆ, ಒಬ್ರು ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವರು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಲಿಮಿಟ್, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅವರು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ ಸಿಟಿಲಿ 40, 30, 50 ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ? ನೀವು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಇರುವ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ನೀವು 20 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ 15 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಡಿತೀರಾ, ಅವರು ಉಳಿಯೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಬೇಕು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ಪೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ವೀಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ಸ್ ನ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದು ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಈಗ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಮೆಟ್ರೋಪಾಲಿಟನ್ ರೀಜನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಜನ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಇರೋ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ರಸ್ತೆಗಳಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅಂತ ರಸ್ತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಆವರೇಜ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ 48 to 50 ಇದೆ. ಓವರ್ ದ ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅರಿವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ನಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ನಮ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಕೂಡ ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದೆ. ಆನ್ ಆವರೇಜ್ 30% of the vehicles are over speeding in Bengaluru metropolitan region. And this study is not on normal roads. This study is on roads where it is possible for you to speed. Even in such kind of roads, the average speed rises to 50 kilometers per hour and nearly 30% of the vehicles are observed to be overspeeding. What does this tell us? WHO says that with every 1 kilometer increase in speed, the chance of fatality increases by 4 to 5%. Whatever we are doing, whether it is speed calming measures, surveillance systems, automated enforcement, change in behaviors, media campaigns, at the end of this, we should think of reducing the average speed in the city. Even achieving 2 to 3 or 5 kilometer reduction in average can result in significant reduction in fatality. And the national target is looking at reduction in 50% fatality. If you want to achieve the national target, you want to reduce the fatality, you have to reduce the speed. That's the most important part. Otherwise, we'll just be moving around and we will not. Another important finding in this study is that the speeding is more among SUVs and cars. So there is a need to specifically target the SUVs for their speed reduction. Now, I will skip all these slides. So ಈಗ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಬಳಕೆ, ಸ್ಪೀಡಿಂಗು, ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಕುಡಿದು ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಕುಡಿಬೋದು? ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕುಡಿಯಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ, ಕುಡಿಯಂಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ. ಇದು ನೋಡಿ, ನೀವು ಲಿಮಿಟ್ ಏನಿದೆ 30 milligrams per 100 ml of blood, 0.3. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, 40 ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. 40ಗೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಸಿಗಾಕೊಂತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ. ಬಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದು ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ 0.3 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಈವನ್ ಅಟ್ 0.2 ಡಿಕ್ಲೈನ್ ಇನ್ ವಿಜುವಲ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಣ್ ಕಾಣಿಸಲ್ಲ, ಅಲರ್ಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, 2-3 ಕೆಲಸ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫೋನ್ ಇವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ಮುಂದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಬ್ರೇಕು ಈ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸ್ಲೋ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ 0.2ಗೆ. 0.5ಗೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಷನ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಮೂವಿಂಗ್ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ನ ನಾವು ನೀಟಾಗಿ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಗ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಟಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಏನಿದೆ 30 milligrams per 100 ml of bloodಗೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್. ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷ ಅಥವಾ ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷ ಒಂದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸು, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ we did a study in Bangalore city, and what did we observe? The observation is that the prevalence of drink driving is somewhere around 3%. It has been further validated by other supporting evidences. So drink driving ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಆ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, 3% ಫಿಗರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಆ 3% ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟಾಕ್ಸಿಕೇಶನ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಹೈ. ನೀವು ನೋಡಿ, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ 100 milligrams per 100 ml of blood ಅಂದ್ರೆ 0.1, ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸ್ಲರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್, ಮೈಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಲೇನ್ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಆಗಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಳದ್ ಕೇಳಿಸಲ್ಲ. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ 14.7% ಪ್ಲಸ್ 15.9%, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 30% ಆಫ್ ದ DD ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಇಂಟಾಕ್ಸಿಕೇಶನ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಸ್ more than 100 milligrams per 100 ml of blood. ಸೊ ನಾವು 3% ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಶಬಾಷಿ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಬಟ್ ಯಾರು ಓಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಗಾಡಿ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕುಡ್ದೆ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇಂಟಾಕ್ಸಿಕೇಶನ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಹೈ. there's a need for random testing which the police is doing regularly. in fact, ಈ ತಿಂಗಳು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಡೈಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಿದೀನಿ, ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸು. ಓಕೆ, ಇದರಿಂದ ನಾವೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಬೋದು. ನಾವ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಹೊಡ್ತಿದಾನ, ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಹಿಡೀರಿ, ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಫೈನ್ ಹಾಕಿ, ಫೈನ್. ಬಟ್ ಕುಡ್ದಿರೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಜೊತೆ ನಾವ್ಯಾಕೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಬೇಕು? ಒಬ್ಬ ಕುಡ್ದಿರೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಜೊತೆ ನಾವ್ಯಾಕೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಬೇಕು? ಸೊ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾಸೆಂಜರ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸ್ಮೋಕಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಸ್ಮೋಕಿಂಗ್, ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಸೇದಿದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗೂ ಹಾನಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ತರ ಯಾರು ಕುಡಿದು ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಸೇಮ್ ಎರರ್ ಇನ್ ಜಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್, the same error in turning, the same error in judgment, the same error in speed is experienced by all the people sitting in the car. So we cannot have only driver-centric interventions for drink driving. It must be a passenger-centric, a population-centric interventions to address drink driving. A drink driving, what we observed in Bangalore, it is not in isolation. All the risk factors coexist. ಈಗ ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಸ್ಗೇನು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಓವರ್ ವೇಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಸೇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ತರ ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಲ್ಲ, ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇದು ಮೂರು ಆಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಇಂದ ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಶ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಶ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಶ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದೇ ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಶ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವಿನ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಕೂಡ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ risk factors operating in the same individual, which is a result of changing human behaviors. So now ಏನು ಕಲ್ತ್ವಿ ಇವತ್ತು? ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಲ್ಲ, ಅತಿ ವೇಗವಾಗಿ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸೋದು, ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವರು ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ರಿಯಲೈಸ್ ದಟ್. ಸಿ, recently a media campaign was implemented by the Road Safety Authority to reduce speeding. So we did an evaluation of that campaign, and what we observed was the campaign reach was around 50%, but whoever has been reached by the campaign, they are able to recall the message. So ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ಸ್ನ? ಈ ತರ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ನ ರಿಪೀಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಎರಡ್ ಸತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಬರೀ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಲದು, ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಪೇರ್ಡ್ ಎನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ಸ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ರಿಪೀಟೆಡ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ರಿಇನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಿತ್ ವೆರಿ ಟೈಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಎವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್. ಹಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ನ ಒಂದು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಾವು ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಈ ತರ ಇವತ್ತೇನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಒಂದು ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಸಮಾವೇಶ, ಇದು ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷದಿದು, ಎಲ್ಲಾರನ್ನೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಒಂದು ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, advocacy program, improve the awareness among people, get all the stakeholders together, look at focusing human behaviors. So we need to do more such programs at local level as well as district and state level. Sensitize all the police officers, and most importantly, we cannot establish hospitals everywhere. Our NIMANS data shows less than 25% of the victims reported receiving some form of first aid. What are the young people doing there? You should come forward to help people who have road crashes. So we have started this concept called lay responder training, a 3-hour module where we train community members to build the community resilience to immediately and accurately respond for people who have road crash victims. Rapid assessment of crash scene, rapid assessment of the victim, assess the breathing, airway and circulation, arrest the bleeding, and control the fracture. With these 5 things, you can save close to 60 to 70% of fatalities. This is what behavior is, not only an adverse behavior towards traffic rules, it's also a positive behavior, like a good Samaritan to people who are affected by road crash. ಎರಡು ತರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಡ್ವರ್ಸ್ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅಪಘಾತ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದು ನಾವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕಾಪಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ 1 ಗಂಟೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಸರಿಯಾದ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಸೇರಿಸೋ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕಳಕಳಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ಎಂಡ್ ಬೈ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ that every accident is not an accident, it's an event. There are clear-cut risk factors. What we need is a safe system. At the center of the safe system is, we must recognize the human error, and that error largely comes from behaviors. We should modify our behaviors favorably, support all the stakeholders, the police, the transport, the vehicle manufacturers, everyone to build an accident-free world. Thank you.
ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಸಂವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ we will answer that. 3:30ಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸತೀಶ್ ಸ್ಪೈನ್ ಸರ್ಜನ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ.
Okay.
He will take over.
Fine. Any questions from anyone? I've been speaking in Kannada because I just wanted to reach all the people, especially the police officers who are in the front line. Any questions from anyone with respect to the assessment of the risk factors or the surgery? Heli sir. So the transit time between, yeah. Yeah, okay. So the gentleman's question is that the transit times between the crash scene to the hospital is determined by various factors, the traffic.
Yes.
And sometimes it takes more time. See, that is a common denominator. What I am stressing here is there is a larger ecosystem in place that is trying to address the issue of the transit times. It will take time to improve. The issue that I am trying to raise is if the tolerance of the human body is limited, if the crash is so severe, and if the person is having a very fatal injury and dies on the spot, nothing much can be done, especially if it's a child. But for people who can be saved, who can be salvaged, often they lose their lives because the people who are expected to respond to them are not knowing what to do. They're not knowing what to do, which is not the case in countries like Singapore, or I understand that the population is totally different. So many agencies give first aid training, but the quantum of the content is so much that a person who is not from a health background cannot synthesize and act on it. So I don't want to train people to do bandage, dislocation, all those things. We want people to control bleeding, give CPR, split the fracture, send him to the hospital. If you do that, you can save a lot of lives. So transit times, your question is good. If I'm able to stabilize the patient, I can compensate for the little increase in transit time. The transit time can, due to various factors, it can get affected. Yeah. Yes. Also, I would like to raise another, madam told that I have another 5 minutes. So I would like to say one more important behavior, which is distracted driving or use of cell phones. How many of you say that, can I use my screen in the car to see YouTube while driving? Is it allowed by law? Then what is allowed by law? Only navigation. Only navigation is allowed by law, but it is so common that everyone perceives it as normal. So there are studies that are limited on distracted driving. We are trying to do studies that basically cover distracted driving. But I'm really happy to say that we have participated in a large sample survey, like with the Bengaluru Traffic Police, with the traffic police for looking at drink driving. Significantly, it is not a reduction only of one department. It is the ecosystem has changed. The increase in penalties makes the person think twice. Should I go for a 1,000 rupees party and pay 10,000 rupees fine? That is a change in the mindset and attitude. But still I want to party. So what is the enabling ecosystem? The availability of cab-based aggregators, that is Ola, Uber, Nammayatri. People are there who can take you home safely. There are drivers with driving apps who can take you home safely. Then there are police who are waiting to catch you and fine you. And there is also an awareness regarding the cost of treatment. Believe me, if anyone sustains it, just yesterday, one of the additional SPs from CBI, their relative came from one place in out of state from Karnataka. The cost of an ICU care is so expensive. Any middle class person without health security or insurance will not be able to afford it. So that is why these behaviors play a very important role to avoid crashes. So with this ecosystem improving, there is a both active and passive control mechanisms for controlling our own behaviors. ಒಂದು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನಾಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, if you take the data that is seen, I think last to last year, as per the police records, death is more among helmet users. Police ಅವರು ಇದೀರ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷದ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ fatality is more among helmet users. How can you justify that? When we are saying that helmet is protective and your reported data says that fatality is more among helmet users, it does not sync. And the reason is because people are using non-standard helmets. So the use of non-standard helmets does not give you the protection which the helmet is intended to. And moreover, the helmet is not intended to protect you at any speeds. Helmet protection works best at a fall of 5 feet at an impact speed of 45 to 55 kilometers per hour. If you are wearing an ISI helmet and going at 140 kilometers per hour speed and you crash at 100 kilometers impact speed, it is not going to save you. It is not designed to. It may reduce your injury. I don't know whether it will save your life, because the helmet is designed to protect you from a fall of 5 feet to an impact speed of 45 to 55 kilometers per hour. So again, there the issue of behavior comes. Any other questions?
Sir, one more question.
Yeah.
Sir, ಈಗ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮಂತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಭವನ್ ಆಪೋಸಿಟ್ ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ದ ಕ್ರೌಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೋಟಲಿ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ದ ಪೊಲೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ ಕರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏಡ್ ನ ಒಂದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ದೊಡ್ಡ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಯು ಆರ್ ದ ಇದು ಏನು ರೆಪ್ಯೂಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್, ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಅಮಾಂಗ್ಸ್ ದ ಹೋಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಸೊ ನೀವು ರೆಕಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್, ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲು ಅಥವಾ ಇವನ್ ಇಂದ ಇದು ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಹುಡುಗರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಒಂದು 5-star ಹೋಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ. ಒಂದು ಫೆಲೋ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಸೀಸರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ಫೆಲೋ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್ ಟು ಇದು ಏನು ನೀರ್ ಕುಡ್ಸಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನೋ ಕಬ್ಬಣ ಕೈ ಕೊಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ನಾನ್ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತರೋ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಂತ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ನಿಮ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್, ಮಿಡಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್, ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏಡ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ಅನ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಡಲ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ರೋಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ರೋಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಶಸ್ ಡೇಟಾ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 0 to 18 years ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೀಡಿಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆತ್ ಈಗ ರೋಡ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ 0 to 18 years ಅಲ್ಲಿ 65% to 75% 14 years to 18 years ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ರೋಡ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಫೆಟಾಲಿಟೀಸ್. ಸೊ ವೈ 14 years is the time when children have unsupervised independent travel without license and move around in groups in two-wheelers, cycles. So this is the age at which they have independent and unsupervised road exposure, 14 to 18. And this age is also somewhere around high school. So having it for primary school may be difficult, but certainly you can have Good Samaritan law, basic first aid training for high school children, so that they are the people who are at maximum risk. In case they encounter people with problem, they can immediately try to do something. And you need some basic understanding of biology also for them to be effective. You can train a lot of people, but the translation of training is more important than coverage with the training. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I think with this, it's 3:25, 3:30. So with this, if there are no more questions, I would like to thank you for your patient listening.
highly enlightening session. I would request Madam Omkarishwari ಬಂದು ಅವರಿಗೆ memento ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್, ಅಪರ ಸಾರಿಗೆ ಆಯುಕ್ತರು. ಯಾರು ಮುಂಚೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದು ಮರತ್ರ ನೋಡಿ, ಇವಾಗ ಚಾನ್ಸು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ we are talking about the EDAR implementation that's done by NIC. Now what we are going to do is ಈ EDAR ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನ ನೀಡುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. So relax for the next few minutes and let's watch the video of EDAR.
Road accidents in India have today become not just a traffic issue, but a serious social, economic, and humanitarian challenge. Every year, millions of people are injured in road accidents, and countless families suffer irreversible loss. In such a situation, the availability of accurate, reliable, and timely road accident data becomes critically important for improving road safety. Keeping this requirement in mind, the Electronic Detailed Accident Report, known as EDAR, has been developed under the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. This system serves as a centralized digital platform for collecting, coordinating, and analyzing road accident data from across the country, enabling informed and data-driven decision-making. The functioning of the EDAR system begins directly at the accident site. As soon as a road accident occurs, police officials record the preliminary details of the incident on site using a mobile application. This immediately generates a unique accident identification number. Subsequently, detailed information such as the time and location of the accident, severity, weather conditions, vehicle details, and driver information is entered into the system in a structured and step-by-step manner. Alongside this, the Transport Department uploads the technical inspection reports of the accident-involved vehicles through the platform. Road-owning agencies such as National Highways Authority of India, State Highways Authority, or other road authorities conduct inspections of the accident location and submit reports related to road condition, design, road safety features, and infrastructure. Hospitals on their part provide information regarding the medical condition, treatment status, and admission details of the injured persons. In this way, all stakeholders contribute to a single, integrated digital system. Another significant benefit of the EDAR system is its role in ensuring timely assistance and compensation to road accident victims through integration with e-courts. Through EDAR, electronic processing of motor accident claims shall become possible, leading to faster case resolution in motor accident claims tribunals. This shall reduce delays, improve transparency, and help victims receive justice without unnecessary hardship. At the same time, the system effectively curbs fraudulent and incomplete claims. Currently, the pilot of the Electronic Motor Vehicle Accidents Claims Tribunal, EMACT, is under implementation at MACT Patiala House Court, Delhi, and Small Causes Court Complex, Bangalore. In addition, EDAR plays a crucial role in enabling cashless treatment for road accident victims during the critical initial hours after a crash. By digitally linking police-reported accident data with hospital treatment records and claim processing systems, EDAR ensures that eligible victims can receive immediate medical care without upfront payment. In addition, the comprehensive data generated through EDAR enables the identification of accident-prone locations and corridors. This data-driven analysis supports targeted road safety interventions, corrective measures, and safer planning of future road infrastructure projects. It strengthens policy making by shifting the focus from assumption-based decisions to evidence-based actions. In conclusion, the EDAR system under the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways is not merely a technological platform. It is a powerful instrument for enhancing road safety, ensuring transparency, delivering timely justice, and promoting humane governance. Through coordinated digital integration and informed planning, EDAR plays a vital role in building a safer and more responsible India.
ಹಾಯ್ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಶಿವಣ್ಣ. ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಜನವರಿ ಮಂತ್ನ ರೋಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಮಂತ್ ಅಂತ ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇವಾಗ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹೀರೋ ಬೈಕ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೀರೋ ಹೋಗಿ ಓಡಿ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಬಟ್ ರಿಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆದರೆ ದಟ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್, ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ರೀಟೇಕ್. ಅದರಿಂದ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾರ್ ಓಡಿಸೋರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಕಾರ್ ಓಡಿಸಿ. ಬೈಕ್ ಓಡಿಸೋರು ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ನ ಹಾಕಿ ಬೈಕ್ ಓಡಿಸಿ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್. ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಡಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ನ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ, ವಾಹನವನ್ನು ಚಲಾಯಿಸಿ. ಗೆಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ರಿಯಲ್ ಹೀರೋ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಗಾಡ್ ಬ್ಲೆಸ್.
ಹಾಯ್ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ದಿಗಂತ್. ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಈ ಜನವರಿ ತಿಂಗಳನ್ನ ರೋಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಮಂತ್ ಅಂತ ಆಚರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ತಪ್ಪದೆ ರೋಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಮೆಷರ್ಸ್ ನ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಸಿನಿಮಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿರ್ತೀರಾ,
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ರಸ್ತೆ ಸುರಕ್ಷತೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಇತರ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ಲೈಟನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. We have been indeed enlightened by the words of wisdom from various experts. We have also one more expert amongst us, with indeed a matter of great pleasure to welcome Dr. Satish Rudrappa, Senior Consultant Neuro and Spine Surgeon, onto the stage. ಜೋರಾದ ಕರ್ತಾಡದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸತೀಶ್ ರುದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅವರ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ಗಾಗಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸೋಣ. ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಸರ್. ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Students, the lost students, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm not hearing you. Good evening, everyone. Fantastic, you are with me. Yes. You know, because we are now today talking about this road traffic accidents and safety. If you're not safely listening to my words, I'm sure a lot more accidents will happen outside where you can't help each other. Okay? So first of all, I should thank Department of Transport, especially Mr. Prasad, for having invited me for this talk. I was surprised a neurosurgeon is called for these kind of the talks. I think it is apt to certain extent, because on an average in a week, even though I'm in a specialized hospital, which is a non-governmental, I see about in a week period 15 to 20 road traffic accidents. And unfortunately, though I'm in Whitefield, 90% of the patients come from different parts of the states and also from Hosur to Anantapur. So the Bangalore being the hub, we have a great extent of the place from which, you know, we get the road traffic accident patients. To be frank with you, how many of you want to experience a road traffic accident? None of us, right? None of us wants to experience ourselves to have the road traffic accident. But unfortunately, you know, I keep telling everybody, road traffic accident happens purely because of the fact that because it's an accident, nobody can predict when it happens, how it happens, and what will be the repercussions. And everybody coming out of the home always think that I'm safer. But in fact, each one of us are so unsafe that on the roads, anytime any of us can have this kind of a problem. In fact, during my childhood, whenever we used to go out of the house, very few cars used to be there, very few, you know, bikes used to be there. At that time, if you want to go out of the house about 50, even 50 kilometers away, in our house, they never used to allow to take out our car without doing puja and keep two limbo in the main, you know, front wheels of the vehicle. You know why? Because you had to be blessed not only by the God and the devil. Anytime the accident can happen, instead of our own heads and legs, at least the lemon go away and suffer the problem. But today, you know, those practices, I wonder why we used to do this. But, you know, though India has moved significantly in this aspect, ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ರೋಡ್ಗಳು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ದ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ ನಾಗರಿಕತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ತರ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ನೋಡಂತದ್ದು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಯೂಶಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್. ಸೊ ದ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೈ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್. ಹೈ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌವ್ 30 to 40 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಹೈ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಹೈ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಆಕ್ಸಲರೇಷನ್ ಡಿಸಲರೇಷನ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಸಡನ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಹೊಡೆದಾಗ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಆಕ್ಸಲರೇಷನ್ ಡಿಸಲರೇಷನ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೋತ್ ಸ್ಪೈನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಸಾಲಿಡ್ ಆರ್ಗನ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಲಿಕ್ವಿಡ್ ಆರ್ಗನ್. ನಾನು ದಿನ ಒಂದು ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 2 ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದೇ ತರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅನ್ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್. ವೆದರ್ ಯು ಟೇಕ್ ಮೇಲ್, ಫೀಮೇಲ್, ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್, North Indian, South Indian, American, Nigerian, any caste or creed, the brain inside is same. Only because of the way we behave. So this brain ಹೆಂಗಿರತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಕಲ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಲಿಕ್ವಿಡ್ ಗೋಧಿ ಹಿಟ್ಟನ್ನ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಕಲಸಿ ನೀವು ಬೆರಳು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಒತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೋ ಆ ತರ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ತೇಲಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ತೇಲಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗ there is a space between the brain and the skull. The skull is a rigid organ, where the brain is a liquid organ. So impact ಆದಾಗ ಯಾವಾಗ 30 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ 40 ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಇದು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ನಮಗೆ 2 ಹೆಮಿಸ್ಫಿಯರ್ ಇದೆ, ಬಲ್ಗಡೆ ಬ್ರೈನ್, ಎಡಗಡೆ ಬ್ರೈನ್. ಇದ್ರ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವರು ಬಟ್ಟೆ ತರ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಲ್, ಡ್ಯೂರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಟು ಸಪರೇಟ್ ದಿ 2 ಬ್ರೈನ್. ಆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಲ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಟ್ವಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅವಾಗ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ರಕ್ತನಾಳಗಳು ಒಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಪಾಪ್ಕಾರ್ನ್ ಹೊಡೆದಂಗೆ ಒಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಹೊಡೆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ ಮೆಮೊರಿಯಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಕಾನ್ಶಿಯಸ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ವರೆಗೂ ಹೊರಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಯೂಶಲಿ ಈ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 30 to 40 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ಹೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಇದನ್ನ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು 2ನೇ ಫ್ಲೋರ್ ಇಂದ ಬೀಳ್ತಾರೋ 3ನೇ ಫ್ಲೋರ್ ಇಂದ ಬೀಳ್ತಾರೋ ಸೇಮ್ ರೋಡ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೋ ಅದೇ ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದೇ ತರ ನೆಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಆಕ್ಸಲರೇಷನ್ ಡಿಸಲರೇಷನ್ ಇಂದಾನೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹೆಂಗಾಗತ್ತೆ, ನಾವು ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ದೂಕಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ದೂಕಿದಾಗ ನೆಕ್ ಗೋಸ್ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್, ಬಾಡಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೆವಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ ನಮಗೆ 7 ಬೋನ್ಗಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ವಿತ್ ಸ್ಕಲ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ 2.5 kg. ಸ್ಕಲ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಸೇರಿದ್ರೆ 2.5 kg ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನೆಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಹೈಲಿ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಸೆಗ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ದೇವ್ರು ಯಾತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೆಕ್ ನ ರೊಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ 360 ಡಿಗ್ರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ನೋಡಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಬಟ್ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 180 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ವಯಸ್ಸಾಗ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ 60 to 90 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮೂವ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಫ್ರಂಟ್. ಈ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಹೆಂಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಪ್ರಿಂಗು ಎದೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಪ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಮೇಲ್ ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಅದೇ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ದೆನ್ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಪೈನ್ ಮೂವ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಸಚ್ ಎ ವೇ ದಟ್ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ 2 days ago ಐ ಆಪರೇಟೆಡ್ ಒನ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್. ಅವನು ITP ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ರಾತ್ರಿ 12 ಗಂಟೆ ರಾತ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಊಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ ITP ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಊಬರ್ ಡ್ರೈವರು ಅವತ್ತು ಅವನ 4ನೇ ನಿಕೇತನ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ವೈಟ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವನಿಗೆ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಡಿವೈಡರ್ ಹೊಡೆದು ಆ ಕಾರ್ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಟಿಲ್ಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಈ IT ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೂತವನು, ಅವನ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಕೂಡ ಓಪನ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಅವನು ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆದಾಗ 4 ಜನ ಯಾರೋ ಬಂದು ಎತ್ತಿದಾಗ ಬಿಲೋ ದಿಸ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ಲಿ ವೀಕ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ಯೂರ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ 2 reasons ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್. ಒಂದು, ಎಕ್ಸಾಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಡ್ರೈವರ್. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್, ಅವನು ಡೇ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ನೈಟ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ದಲೆ 1 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿದ್ರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಣ್ಣು ನೀವು ಹಿಂಗ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವನ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದಾಗ ಅವನು ಹೋಗಿ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ದಿಸ್ IT ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಪುಟ್ ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಹಿ ಇಸ್ ಸಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸೀಟ್. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ವರ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಡೂ. ಅಂಡ್ ಇನ್ ಹೈ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಯಾರು ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂತಾರೋ ಅವರು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದು there is a big gap between the back seat and the front seat, head hits the front seat and once again he goes back. So it's called acceleration deceleration injuries. Inta injury adaga the neck it flips in such a way that it goes from 180 degree to 360 degree, they topple, there's a flexion extension injuries happen, they will develop what is called as spinal cord injury or a quadriparesis. These are 90% to nearly 98% of all the road accidents can be completely preventable. It is the self-responsibility which is the key to prevent the road traffic accident in this country. How does the self-responsibility starts? ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ದಿನ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಯಾಕೆ 100% ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು 2 to 5% ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಆಪೋಸಿಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ ಆಪೋಸಿಟ್ ಆಬ್ಸ್ಟಕಲ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ರೋಡ್. But 98% of the time, if you are aware of what exactly is there in and around you, we call mindfulness, these road traffic accidents can be preventable. How we have to have the awareness? ಒಂದು, ನೀವು ಯಾವಾಗ್ಲೂ ತಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ತನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಲೂ ಏನಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಸ್ 100% ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್. I'm a brain surgeon. I work at 1 millimeter distance. Now 1 millimeter ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಯಾರ್ದೋ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಆಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಕೈ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾಲು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ಕಣ್ಣು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ಬಾಡಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ತಟಸ್ಥವಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಷ್ಟು ತಟಸ್ಥವಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಈವನ್ ನಮ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಡೋರ್ ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಓಪನ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಬಾಡಿ ಶೇಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಅಷ್ಟಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಇದನ್ನು ದಿನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ ಓವರ್ ಅ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ಸ್ ಅ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಟು ಅಸ್. ಸೇಮ್ ವೇ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ ದಿನ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೀರಿಂಗ್ ನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸ್ಟೀರಿಂಗ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ನಿನ್ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಆಯುಧ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡೋದು. ನನ್ನ ಕಾರು, ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಕೂಟರ್ಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಮಿಂಗಲ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ. ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಿಂಗಲ್ ಆಗತ್ತೋ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾಗದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಎನರ್ಜಿ. ನೀವು ಕಾರ್ನ್ ಸುಡಿ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಪೌಡರ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಸುಡಿ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಪೌಡರ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ CHO, ಕಾರ್ಬನ್, ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್, 3 ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಯುಧ ಪೂಜೆ ಯಾತಿಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನನ್ನ ರೂಪವೇ, ನಾನು ಅದರ ರೂಪ, ಎರಡು ಕೂಡ ಕುಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಾಗ ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ನಂದಲ್ಲ ಅದು, ಕಾರ್ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾನೇ, ನನ್ನನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಕೂಟರ್ ನಂದಲ್ಲ, ನಂದೇ ಅದು, ನನ್ನ ಅನಂತರ ಅಂಗ. ಇದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಮುಟ್ಟಿದಾಗ, ಅದನ್ನ ಆಕ್ಸಿಲೇಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ, ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಮಾಡಿ ಬ್ರೇಕ್. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಮಿಂಗಲ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಬಾಡಿ, ಮೈಂಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೋಲ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಆದಾಗ ನಾವು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ, ಯಾವ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾನು ಸುತ್ತಲೂ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನ, ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ವಾ ಆ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನ, ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ when driving is the first important thing when you're doing the driving for the safety. In addition to self awareness, you have to know which path you're taking. Luckily in the present day there is a Google map, you can clearly make out where is the less traffic and the more traffic. But more the traffic, lesser the impact, because ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಲೋ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಗೋದು ಒಂದು ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಚರ್, ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ, ನೆಕ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ ಎ ಹೈವೇ, ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ರೋಡ್, you will be in a full zoom that you want to reach your destiny faster, so you drive faster. At that time your awareness should increase rather. So when there is a traffic is less, when there is more vehicle going in a high speed, your awareness has to be much more better. So hingiddaga self awareness is the first awareness to prevent the accident. The second, to prevent the brain and spinal cord injury, is to take precaution to avoid injury to the head and neck. How to do it? Number one, if you are going in a four-wheeler, nowadays government, even the central government has made a mandatory that even in a Maruti car, even the back seat should also have a seat belt. In fact, whenever I go to airport ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ ನಾನು ಊಬರ್ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವರು ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಕೂತಿರೋದು, ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕೂರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. Because many of the high level, slightly better cars nowadays do not open the airbag if the seat belt is not worn. There is a technology adapted. If the seat belt has a pressure, then only the airbag open. Otherwise it will never open. And this simple seat belt, forget about airbag, simple seat belt will make you to go forward for about few centimeter and retracts back, which will cause no injury to you except in a patients who have a severe spondylotic problem. So 90% of the patients, those who wear seat belt, their impact, even if there is a fracture in the spine, it is just a small fracture which happens in the muscle bone junction, but never will have a spinal cord injury. So the spinal cord injury happens only when you don't wear the seat belt. And in addition to wearing seat belt, if the airbag opens, the chances of spinal cord injury becomes less than 10%, in most of these patients. And the head injury can be completely prevented by wearing the seat belt in the car. Whereas in the scooter, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಬರ್ದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಒಂದು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ನೋಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಅವನು ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಅನದರ್ ಗಿಗ್ ವರ್ಕರ್, yesterday after his work, ಅವನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಇತ್ತಂತೆ. ಅವನು 9:30 ಕೆಲಸ ಮುಗಿಸಿ 9:00 11:00 ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಅವನು ಕುಡ್ದಿದ್ದೇನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕುಡ್ದಿದ್ದೆ ಅಂದ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂದೆ. 3 ಬಾಟ್ಲು ಬಿಯರ್ ಸಾರ್ ಅಂದ. ನಾನು ಅಂದೆ, ಅದೇ 3 ಬಾಟ್ಲು ಬಿಯರ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ನಾನು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬೀಳ್ತೀನಪ್ಪ, ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕುಡ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು, ನಿನಗೆ 3 ಬಾಟ್ಲು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಂದು. ಪೊಲೀಸರು, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಬರೀತಾರೆ, ಡೋಂಟ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್, ಇಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟೆಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಡ್ಯೂರಲ್ ಹೆಮಟಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಸ್ಕಲ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಾಟ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವನಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿ ವರ್ಸನ್, I had to operate. So that could have been completely prevented. So not drinking, and he was not wearing the seat belt. Helmet. The helmet ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಫ್ಯಾಷನ್, ಬಕಲ್ ಹಾಕಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಬಕಲ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಲೂಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡಿದೀನಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ, ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ISI ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಗೇರ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಯಾರು ನೋಡಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೋಡ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಇರೋದನ್ನ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ಪ್ರಿವೆಂಟ್, ಪೊಲೀಸರು ನೋಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ ಕೂದಲು ಉದುರತ್ತೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರೆ ನನ್ ಕೂದಲು ಉದುರತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನನ್ ಕಲರ್ ಹೋಗತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ವಿಗ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ವೇರಿಂಗ್ ದ ರೈಟ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಪ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಫಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್, ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಫಿಟ್ ಈವನ್ ದ ಜಾ. Because 90% of the patients, those who do not wear the jaw cover, will have a fracture of the jaw, which is another problem, facial-maxillary injury antivi. That also can be prevented with a full, head helmet. So, idu ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟವರೆಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಈಗಂತೂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಸ್ ಅನದರ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಬಿದ್ದು 2 ಜನ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 100 ಜನ ಸೈಡಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಹೊರತು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದು ಕ್ರೌಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರ್ಕೋಬಾರದು. ಬಟ್ ಕ್ರೌಡ್ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಬಿದ್ದಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ, so many times nowadays we in a good hospital we give ATLS course ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರಾಮಾ ಲೈಫ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೇರ್ ಅಂತ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವು ವೈಟ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ, ಬಿದ್ದಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಬೆಂಕಿ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲ ರೋಡ್ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆದಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಈ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಇನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವೈಫ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ ಈ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 2 ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದು, ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆದವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇರ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನಮಗೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ದಲೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರಿಗಾದಾಗ ಏನ್ ಕೇರ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಇದು 3 ಥಿಂಗ್ ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು, ಮಾಬ್ ಆಗ್ದಿದ್ದಂಗ ಒಬ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ more than 5 people is not required to help a person even in a severe injury. If it's a mild injury, 2 people are more than sufficient. In a severe injury, 5 people are required, and 1 person has to do what is called as the police job, means directing the people away from the injured person, his first job. That 2 people have to do 2 different things, means out of 5, second and third person, 1 person should be the head level, 1 person should be the leg level, and the 4th person has to be on the side level. What to see, ಏನೇನ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಒಬ್ಬ ಬಿದ್ರೆ? ಒಂದು, ಬಿದ್ದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸಬಾರ್ದು. ಬಿದ್ದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಯಾವ ಪಾಸ್ಚರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಮುಖ ಕೆಳಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದಾನೋ ಸೈಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದಿದನೋ ಸೀದಾ ಬಿದ್ದಿದನೋ. ಸೊ ಸೀದಾ ಬಿದ್ದು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಟು ಸಿ ವೆದರ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಶಿಯಸ್. ಸೊ ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ದಿ ಕೇರ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಫಾಲನ್ accident person depends on whether the patient is conscious or not conscious. If somebody is conscious, they are giving the direct reply to all your answers. ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಿರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ನ. ಅವ್ನು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದೇ ತರ ಬಿದ್ದವ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೋವಿದೆ, ಏನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಈ 3 ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವನಿಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಉಸಿರಾಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ವಿ ಸೇ ABC ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್, ಏರ್ ವೇ, ಬ್ರೀತಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್. ಏರ್ ವೇ, ಅವನು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನನ್ನ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಏರ್ ವೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲಂಗ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಇರಕ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ರಿಬ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನು ನೋವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಬಟ್ ರಿಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವನ ಲಂಗ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಏರ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್, he can be protectable. 90% of such patient can be saved. If those who can speak with a high voice, means lung capacity is very good, his oxygenation is very good, next step can be taken. So airway is very good. So airway idre andre trachea, esophagus, ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಕ್ತ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಅದು ಯಾವ್ದು ಇಲ್ದಿದ್ದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ದೆನ್ ಬ್ರೀತಿಂಗ್, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಡೀಪ್ ಬ್ರೀತ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಿಡು ಅಂದಾಗ ಯಾರು ಮೂಗು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಸಿರು ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೋ ಅವನದು ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಸರಿ ಇದೆ. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ದಿ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಬ್ರೈನ್. ದೆನ್ ಅವನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ನಂಗೆ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಬೆವರು ಬರ್ತಿದೆ, ನನಗೆ ಏನೋ ಸಿಂಕ್ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ರಕ್ತ ಬ್ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ಸೊ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ನನಗೆ ಏನೋ ಕೈ ಕಾಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರೆ, ಸ್ವೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಥವಾ ಬಿದ್ದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ನನಗೆ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಹಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಏನೋ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ಮಬ್ಬು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಬ್ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ. ಅದು ಬ್ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ನೀವು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಗಿ, ರಿಬ್ ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಗಿ, ಹೆಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿ, ಸ್ಕಿನ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರದು 4th person who is there has to halt that bleeding. ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬ್ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ದಲೆ ಅವ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಉಸಿರಾಗ್ತಾ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಮುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ನೋವು ಬಂದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ಬ್ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಅಬ್ಡಮನ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಎದೆ ಉಸಿರಾಡ್ದಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಂಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಟು ಥೊರಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಬ್ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್. ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪೇ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಅಸೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಈಸ್, ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರತ್ತೆ, ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅವನು ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ಕತ್ಲೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ರಕ್ತ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರುತ್ತೋ ಬ್ರೈನ್ಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್, ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಲೆಸ್ ದನ್ 10 ml blood loss, more than 10 ml loss, we call blurring of the vision. More than 20 ml of volume, 20% volume ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ 3.5 ರಿಂದ 4 ಲೀಟರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. 400 ml ಆದ್ರೆ ಕಣ್ ಕತ್ಲು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. 800 ml ಆದ ಬ್ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಆದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡ್ರೌಸಿ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ಯಾವಾಗ 1000 ml ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೋ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಯಾವಾಗ ಇದು ಉಸಿರಾಡಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ, ಯಾವಾಗ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅಂದಾಗ first person you have to do is to call emergency 100 or ambulance. and ಅವನಿಗೆ ಏರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಂದ ದೂರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಜನನ ದೂರ ಇಡಬೇಕು, ಅವನು ಎತ್ತಬಾರದು. ಯಾವಾಗ ಹೈ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆನಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ವಾಟ್ ದೇ ಡು, ಕಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ರೆ, ಬಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ರೆ ಡೋರ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಎಳೆದು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ವಿ ಡು, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಟು ಪ್ರಿವೆಂಟ್ ದಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಇಂಜುರಿ. ಯಾರು ಕಾರ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೋ, ಉಸಿರಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೋವಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರು ನನಗೆ ತಲೆ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ನೋವಿದೆ, ತಲೆ ಮೇಲ್ ನೋವಿದೆ, ಕತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದಿದೆ, ಬೆನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೋವ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋವ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಸ್ಪೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರಿನ ಸಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅಂತರ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಫುಲ್ ಡೋರ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ಅವನನ್ನ ಹಾರಿಸಾಂಟಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಎತ್ತಬೇಕು, ಅಥವಾ 4 ಜನ ದೂಕಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅವನ್ನ, ಅದು ಕಾರ್ ಒಳಗಿದ್ದಾಗ. ಬಟ್ ಕಾರಿಂದ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಕ್ ದೆಮ್ ಲೈ ಡೌನ್ ಫ್ಲಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ 4 ಜನ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕತ್ತನ ತಲೆ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಕೈನಿಟ್ಟು, ಭುಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈ ಇಟ್ಟು, ತಲೆನ 2 ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಬೇಕು, ಭುಜನ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ ಅ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಶುಡ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ದಿ ಪೆಲ್ವಿಕ್ ರೀಜನ್, ಪೆಲ್ವಿಸ್ ನ. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಶುಡ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ 2 ankle. ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಅವನನ್ನ ರಿಜಿಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಅವಾಗ ಕತ್ತು ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಶೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಟರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಸ್ಪೈನ್ ಮೂವ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಎ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಸೆಗ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ನೆಕ್ ಇಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಎದೆವರೆಗೂ ಒಂದೇ. ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾವು ಬೆಡ್ಶೀಟ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಎತ್ತುತ್ತೀವೋ ಬೆಡ್ಶೀಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ನೆಕ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ is the commonest. In fact, exactly same phenomenon happened to example I gave you about ITPL patient. ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕಾರಿಂದ ಹೊರಗೆ ತೆಗೆದಾಗ ಅವನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದ, ಅವನೇ ಎದ್ದು ಕಾರಿಂದ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬಂದು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಮಲಗ್ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸುತ್ತಲಿದ್ದವರು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಮಲಗಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಈ ಕಾಲು ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಮಲಗಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಲಗಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ 4 ಕಾಲು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಹೊರಟೋಯ್ತು. ಅವನನ್ನ ರಾತ್ರಿ ನಾನು ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಇಟ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್, that patient will never recover in his hand and leg, purely because bystanders did not know how to move him from the spot to the safe reason. On the spot, road in the footpath is a safe reason. ಆ ರೀಜನ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಸೆಗ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ತಲೆ, ನೆಕ್, ಶೋಲ್ಡರ್, ಪೆಲ್ವಿಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಲೆಗ್, ಅದು ಒಂದೇ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಸೈಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಹೊರತು ನೆಕ್ ಬಗ್ಸಿ ಬೆನ್ ಬಗ್ಸಿದಾಗ ಅದು ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ. ಈ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಪೇಷಂಟು 2 ವಿಧ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ, ಇನ್ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ. ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಕೈ ಕಾಲು ನಂಗೆ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕತ್ತಿಂದ ಕೆಳಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಏನು ಸ್ಪರ್ಶ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಬಿಲೋ ದಿ ನೆಕ್. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಇದ್ದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಬಲಗಡೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಎಡಗಡೆ ಕಾಲು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಬಲಗಡೆ ಎಡಗಡೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನ್ ಇನ್ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ. ಬಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಟೈಮ್ ದೇ ಕಂಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಪೇನ್ ಅಟ್ ದಟ್ ರೀಜನ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಥೊರಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬೆನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದರೆ ಈ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ನೆಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ಪೆಲ್ವಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಪೆಲ್ವಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಲಿಸನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದಿ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಫಾಲನ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಕೀ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್. ಸೊ ಟು ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್, first don't be in a hurry unless patient is not talking, unless he's aspirating, some ಬಾಯಲ್ ರಕ್ತ ಆಗಿ ಇದಾದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ದರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಶಿಯಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅವನನ್ನ 2 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ 30 seconds is sufficient to listen to the patient. ಅವನು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೋ ಅದ್ರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾವು ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲಿಂದ ನಾವ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಎ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್. ಲಕ್ಕಿಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂದ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂದ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲೂ 101 ambulance is easily available. Believe it or not, ನನಗೆ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆದ್ರೂ ನಾನು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಆಂಬ್ಯುಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ 101 is wonderful. Within 2 minutes they are always available. Maximum they take 7 minutes. I have seen even in my own apartment complex, if anybody has a problem, my wife is very good with all these things. She calls 101 and an average 7 to 12 minutes they are always available. And if you direct them, they will go to whichever the nearest hospital, unlike in the private players who will take you to the place where they are corrupted and go to the particular place. So in that way, still the government gives so much of support for these kind of a thing. We should understand and avail such kind of a thing. So 101 ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ on the spot in the hospital ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. Hospital ಅಲ್ಲಿ obviously in the present day, many of our centers are almost level 1 center ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, where ಅವನಿಗೆ ಏರ್ವೇ ಇಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಬ್ರೀತಿಂಗ್ ಇಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ಅಬ್ಡಾಮಿನಲ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಇಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ವರೆಗೂ ಒಂದೇ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಲಕ್ಕಿಲಿ ಇನ್ ಎ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗಲೋರ್, ಎನಿ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗಲೋರ್, even in periphery, tiers 2 cities of the Karnataka is far well developed than many centers. And even at district level and taluk level, government has provided a CT scan in many places where you can diagnose brain injury to the abdominal injury within 20 seconds. A CT scan takes less than 30 seconds to 70 seconds depending on number of slides we take. So you can diagnose, and if there is a good system available, it can be done safely. And once again, in the road traffic accident, even in a high speed injury, 90% of the people can be saved if they reach the hospital in 15 to 25 minutes. In a stroke, we tell them 1 hour, but in a case of head injury, the most ideal time is maximum 20 minutes to 30 minutes. And if there's a bleeding, severe bleeding, we need less than 15 minutes. In extremely severe bleeding with a thoracic injury, we call 3 minutes, which is impossible. So minimum 15 to 20 minutes is required if the blood loss is more than 30% of the bleeding. If less than 30% bleeding, up to 45 minutes we can stretch. If there is more, more other injuries, 1 hour is the golden period. Within 1 hour, if you are there in any of the hospital nearby, you can be saved and you have to pray for it. In fact, I was speaking to the transport secretary. The way we connected is mainly because now government is looking at level 1 trauma center in Karnataka in different places. Level 1 andre ನಿಮಗೆ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಲಿ, ಲೆಗ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಲಿ, ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ರಿಪ್ ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಇರಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಒಂದೇ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂಥದನ್ನ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ಐ ವಿಶ್ ದೆಮ್ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಕ್. But only thing is, it should be maintained in the longer run because safety is such an important aspect. Can I have water? Yeah. So doing any of the centers are okay, but protecting the next generation with the high impact injuries are very, very important. And whatever the injury I see, 90% of the patients are in the age group between 18 to 35 years. Thank you. So, as I said, the injury usually is there with the peak hormone period of a human being, that is between 18 to 35. Only this, age group people, sometime they go strayed away from the mindfulness. That means ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಕಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ಟೀರಿಂಗ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಏಜಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. 18 to 20 ಇದ್ದವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಬೈಕ್ ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಕೂಟರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಪ್ಪ ನೀನ್ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ನಾನ್ ನಿಮ್ ಜೊತೆ ಇದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. So such people will end up in most of the accident, and nowadays it is a trend to go weekend somewhere and have an injury in a place where there is a high impact injury. ಇಂಥ ಜನನ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಲೆವೆಲ್ 1 ಸೆಂಟರ್ಗಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಾ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಯಂಗರ್ ದಿ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್, more the injury, and more the injury, we have to protect these people more because they are the future of this country. In fact, when I was in US, I was at the age of 30 to 35, I was there in the US. When I bought a new car, my insurance was less than another colleague of mine who was not married. Then I asked them surprisingly, yake nan road traffic insurance is less? They told 3 reasons to me. One, you are above the age of 35. Why? Then second, you are married, you are more responsible. Third, you have a child of 6 months, you are doubly responsible. We know that you are so responsible, your insurance, is less than your friend who is not even married and he just has a girlfriend and he drives harsh and he goes somewhere abnormal. So you can clearly make out, even the insurance and the government is looking at your activities of the day to day so that the insurance can be given based on your hormone level and how aggressive you are in the society. I'm sure very soon it's going to come here. In that way, we had to protect ourselves. So, according to me, in the road safety day or any safety thing, the safety starts first with self. So, S for S, safety for self is the most important in this, followed by next is to taking care of yourself with your vehicle, and then think about the others and the government. And these few words, I'll conclude my few words for this talk. Once again, I thank the Transport Department for invited me. Thank you very much.
I would request the Secretary, Dr. N.V. Prasad, to please come over and give a memento. I would also request Mr. Karthik Reddy, Joint Commissioner of Police, to also to please come over along with We now move on to the final session before the valedictory. Samaropa Samarambada Kadaya valedictory in the Munna Iruvantaha panel discussion. As we are all aware, this panel discussion is about community participation, behavioral changes towards road safety, and it's moderated by Mr. Srinivas Alavalli, fellow WR India. Yes. ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಹೌದು ಬಟ್ ಈ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅದು ಬಿಫೋರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಅವರು ಸಿ ಆಫ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. I would request the moderator of the session, Mr. Srinivas Alavalli, fellow WR Idea, to please come over, followed by the panelists, Dr. Gautam Sukumar, WHO Center for Injury Prevention and Safety Promotion, NIMHANS, Hemilata K, Chief Engineer, Planning and Coordination, Greater Bengaluru Authority, Venkata Subbarao Chunduru, Director, Arcadis IBI Group, Pooja Gupta, Communication Manager, Policy, Advocacy and Communications, Vital Strategies, and Mr. Sanjay Sridhar, Advisory Board, Save Life Foundation. Request all the panelists to come over, and now the other two halls will be merged and there will be the final session before the valedictory. Request all of you to please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please give a huge round of applause for all the panelists who are now joining on stage for this all-important panel discussion on community participation, behavioral changes towards road safety, and this will be moderated by Mr. Srinivas Alavalli. I would request Mr. Srinivas to take, you want the cordless there? Yeah. Bunny, bunny. Over to Mr. Srinivas, yeah.
Namaskara ellargu. Can I request everyone to take a seat? We are about to start this panel discussion. Dayod Kutkoli, students, can you please come forward? All of us have seen the vehicles outside, right? Crashed vehicles. When you see a car or a two-wheeler motorcycle that has been in a big accident, that changes your mindset. Maybe that makes you a better driver, or maybe it gives you a social media post. I don't know. But today in this session, we will try to understand how we can influence behavior, how communities can partner better with the government authorities, that is the police department, traffic police, with the municipal authorities to make road safety better. I have an extremely talented and experienced panel with me. To my left is Mr. Venkat. Venkat has been working on urban infrastructure, traffic, road management, urban mobility for more than 25 years. Venkat is a director at Arcadis IBS. Thanks for joining, Venkat. And then you already heard from Dr. Gautam. couple of hours back, he was showing you all kinds of scary data and lot of pictures. He also saw the brain that he's showing you in one of the photos, that our Honorable CM Siddaramaiah were holding that brain last year in the same Road Safety Month event. So Dr. Gautam has been studying road safety in Bengaluru for the last 14 years. He is with the NIMHANS, which all of us know how important it is for the city and for our state. To my right, I have Pooja. Pooja is a communication specialist and a public health professional from Vital Strategies. She's worked in the past on tobacco as a public health crisis and now with road safety. So we'll talk to Pooja about those things. And to my right is my good friend Sanjay. Sanjay Sridhar, many of you know, he's been with many organizations trying to make Bengaluru better. An urban expert, one of the best in the country, across many cities, across climate change, across urbanization. So in the next 30 minutes, we'll try to pick their brains on what we can do to improve road safety. So let me start with you, Dr. Gautam. You mentioned that humans will make errors. There is nothing we can do about it. But when humans are made errors, can we avoid deaths? Can we make it safer? Even if you make a death, it should, if you make an error, it should not lead to a catastrophic death. So what does your research say that how to prevent errors, and knowing that when errors happen, what can happen after that?
So thank you, sir. Since we're talking about community participation in road traffic injury prevention and ensuring behavioral change, let me all tell you that road safety is a public health issue, and there are 4 pillars to tackle any public health problem. One is equitable distribution, intersectoral coordination, appropriate technology, and community participation. So community participation, the whole health system is based on these 4 principles. To ensure community participation is very important in road traffic injury prevention. And building community resilience to provide lay responder care is an example. Engaging the community to have a more socially accountable traffic behavior is an example. We cannot minimize errors. We cannot reduce errors or make it zero. Certainly, we can involve the community in supporting the enforcement agencies to reduce the errors by ensuring that they act as both peer support groups and community support groups to reduce these errors. Community can also get engaged in trying to ensure that the penalties are converted to actual payments. Communities can also get involved to ensure that the time between the crash and the reaching the hospital is reduced. Communities can also get involved to educate people to adhere to road traffic injury prevention strategies. So overall, they can contribute in every way to the safe systems approach.
Thank you, Dr. Gautam. Venkat, you know all the secrets of Bengaluru traffic. Now that we have audience gathered here, before you talk about road safety, can you put some light on, in the earlier session that Dr. Gautam was taking on this stage, he said that people think that Bangalore has a lot of traffic problem, so there is no speeding. But if you look at our crash data, our accident data and deaths, a lot of speeding is happening. So it is not true that because of traffic congestion, there is no speed. There is traffic congestion, there is also speed. So what is your data, and you're working with the BTP and all the signaling data and the AI modeling tools that you have, what can you share with the audience about how Bangalore moves? For example, what time of the day, how traffic moves? Is it faster, slower? When do people tend to speed? Typically, maybe they come out of a traffic jam and they start speeding. Any observations like that you can share? Hello.
Yeah, thanks, Srinivas. I think one of the important things we all know is about the relationship between the speed and the fatality problem. Like every 1% change in speed, increase in speed can actually adversely affect up to the 4% probability of fatality. So having said that, what is important that what we see in Bangalore, a dichotomy that we see here is that wherever the congestion is there across major corridors that we see in Bangalore, but the most of the times the speeding is actually happening on the signal-free corridors, right? So, for example, one of the things, and during the off-peak periods, we see a lot of speeding happening. Like one of the classic examples that I can actually show is during the New Year Eve, one of the New Year Eves on 2025, so what we have done is, one of the important things that we did was to actually shut down all the major flyovers and the signal-free corridors in the city as a safety prevention. And the result is that the fatalities have come down and the accidents also have come down, right? So that doesn't, I'm not trying to indicate that we should close all those corridors, but important is that keep them on only when the traffic is required for mobility, but when it is not required off-peak times, certain corridors need not be kept open all the times. So that is one key takeaway that what we have. The second important thing is that in our cities, especially, there is no variable speed limits, right? So what we see is, it's like one size fits all. The city has, on certain corridors, we have what is the speed limits that we actually have. But like, for example, there are school zones, right? School zones require, even if they are not on the main corridor, the school zones definitely require, during that period where the school is opening and closing, so we definitely need a certain different speed limits to be there, right?
Okay.
So those kind of things are very important for us. These are the observations why the accidents are actually happening in Bangalore because of overspeeding. So,
What is the average speed within the city and in the periphery of the city?
one thing what we have observed is that during peak, the speeds are actually varying between 14 to 18 kilometers per hour.
14 to 18.
18. But then during the off peak, it is actually crossing 24.
Crossing?
24.
24.
Average.
That's the average speed.
Average speed. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Sanjay, let me bring you in here. So you've been participating in various policy discussions, giving input to the government departments and so on. Are there any things that you noticed made the situation better, either in Bengaluru or in other cities? What are some of the communications initiatives or behavioral change campaigns that have been done in the past that you think have been successful, or more of such things need to be done?
Yeah, thank you, Srini. I think, so in fact, I'll flip the question. What can we do to improve road safety is actually to get more people to travel on public transport. That's the surest way to reduce the amount of road fatalities. The more people travel on public transport, irrespective of the mode, whether it is shared taxis, metro, bus, suburban, or your interstate, it does not matter which mode, but the key is to get more people to take public transport, because if you look at historically, Bangalore as a city had the highest share of modal share, with about 40 to 45% taking BMTC buses. But though that share, even though that share has remained the same, population of Bangalore has grown. So technically the share of people taking public transport has actually dropped. So I think the key for us, and also another point I'd like to make is where budgets are allocated to improve intermodal connectivity between modes of transport, between the metro and the suburban, between the suburban and the bus systems, between the auto rickshaws and the shared taxis. This intermodal connectivity is both physical connectivity in terms of infrastructure and digital connectivity in terms of payments. So right now, if I want to take 2 or 3 modes of public transport to go from point A to point B, I'll have to purchase multiple tickets. It's an inconvenience for people. They would rather have the convenience of taking their own their own private transport to go from point A to point B. And I think the key for us, and I think the government of Karnataka has taken the right step in putting in place BMLTA, which becomes the first agency in the state for the city of Bangalore to comprehensively look at mobility in the city. It's not about moving vehicles, it's about moving people. How do you get people to travel from point A to point B at the least amount of risk to their physical injury as well as their convenience of where they need to go from one point to another point in the city. And I think cities globally have realized that a communication strategy to help people make choices in which they travel really has a lasting impact in how people view road safety, because road safety is not about vehicles, it's about people in the end.
Is it, Sanjay, just on that point, the biggest behavior change you are advocating is switch to bus, switch to metro, rather than drive your own vehicle, and that automatically makes you safer, right?
Yes, in fact, for me, what doesn't matter is which mode you travel. What matters is how you travel and at what and how many times you travel. Because there is growing research and evidence that 70% of all trips you make are not work related, which means you go to the grocery store, you go to pick up the kids from school, you go for entertainment. All those trips are the ones that require private transport. So all work-related transport, you should be able to take the metro or any mode of public transport to be able to go from point, because during work-related, you go from one point to another and you are there and you come back at the end of the day. There is no commute between those trips. And I think the key for us is to be able to visualize in terms of how people in the city of Bangalore and in the state of Karnataka across major urban centers are commuting. And that will come from a database, which is, I think, what some of the partners that the transport department is working with, IIT Madras, Save Life Foundation, Bloomberg Philanthropies. These organizations are helping the state visualize how people are making mobility choices, and those mobility choices have to be strengthened and getting more people to travel on public transport. When I mean public transport, I don't mean only buses. It's different modes if you have to take different modes. And I think that's why I believe that BMLTA becomes that first step in getting multiple modes to come together. Because if you look at the city of Bangalore, multiple modes are the services given by multiple different agencies. Some are state, some are city-based. For example, walking and cycling is completely under BBMP. But if you look at auto rickshaws, if you look at BMTC, they are under State Department. If you look at metro is part state and part national. So how do you bring the different modes together so that the people are not inconvenienced of not having to walk in a safer environment? I think that is the real core of road safety, in my belief.
Okay, I have a request for that section of that audience there. We're not able to hear each other because of the echo in the hall. So if you are not participating in this conversation, maybe you can go to another hall or stay silent. It's a humble request from here because we are not able to hear this well. Maybe the audience is able to hear us, but we are not able to hear each other the way the acoustics are. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Finally. All right. So, in fact, what Sanjay told me reminded me of what happened in Netherlands, Holland, right? In the 70s, a small kid was playing on the street and the car came and hit that kid and the kid died. And the kid's father was a journalist. So he started writing about it. How vehicles are taking over our streets and we are losing our children. And today in 2026, Holland has become the world capital for cycling. When people grow up in Holland, they don't think that I'll complete my education, I'll get a job and I'll get a car. They grow up thinking, I will complete my education, I'll get a job, and the job can be anything. It can be a doctor, lawyer, it can be the prime minister. They all aspire to own a bicycle. That's how the city works. People have cars, but a small number of cars are there, and the number of people using cars for daily commute is very less. This is what Sanjay is trying to say. In a city, you measure the traffic by number of trips. If you can reduce the number of trips, you can also reduce the number of crashes. So that best way of doing that is by adopting mass transport. And in Bengaluru now, we have really good mass transport. Compared to 2-3 years ago, we have a good network of metro. We have India's second highest fleet of buses
7,000 buses, and buses and metro are 100 times safer. Dr. Gautam will tell us the numbers, but public transport is much safer than personal transport. Let's talk about communication strategies. Pooja, as part of Vital Strategies and the Bloomberg um, initiative, Road Safety Philanthropy Initiative, you work on how public road safety can be seen as a public health crisis, and what can be the communication strategies that the governments can adopt. What have you learned working in the earlier scenario with an interesting thing we were talking about before the session is, you know, when I was young, people used to smoke in front of me. I was a kid, an uncle or my dad's friend will come, sit here and smoke. Nobody would object. Today, that doesn't happen, right? Nobody comes to your house and smokes. Why? Because everyone understands that second-hand smoking also causes cancer. But it took 40 years. It took so many years to figure out that smoking causes cancer. It took another 40 years to figure out that second-hand smoking also causes cancer. How long will it take for us to understand that wearing helmet can save lives or wearing seat belts can save lives, and what can governments do? Pooja.
Thank you, Srini. And considering that, because I'll just start from the backwards, like he saying that smoking has been stopped, the second-hand smoking has been stopped. So with my vast experience in the public health area with the Ministry of Health, central government, and I have seen that how the communication travels so faster. If we have to say, if we have to give any of the information, communication is required. So our vital strategies, we have been designing strategic campaigns based on the data-driven. They are basically data-driven approach, and also they uses the observation and surveillance data. And so they are so strategically designed that they actually controls or they actually influence the risk perception, the social norms, and the various policies linked to the road safety. So for example, if we see the helmet use, so I would like to appreciate the Karnataka State Road Safety Authority that they have implemented 4 of the mass media campaigns since 2023, and they have been focusing on the helmet use and also the testimonial related to the speeding, that how speeding has caused the fatality, the death in the family, and what are the aftermaths in the of that loss of the any of the family member in the family. So these campaigns are so strategically designed that they are based on the global best practices, and these are the campaigns, these are the public service announcements. But when we consider it to travel it to the larger audience, to change the social behavior of the road user behavior, then we need the mass media platforms. And we appreciate the KSRSA as well as the Bengaluru Traffic Police for taking our campaigns so much on the digital media, for on the biggest platforms, on the social media. And even myself, I follow the BTP, Bengaluru Traffic Police social media, and the way the officers are giving their messages to the audience. So this is like, so this is the giving the information to the general public, and or not only the general public. So our social media campaign, our campaigns are basically for the road user behavior, for the change in the road user behavior. And even the helmet use, which was launched by the Karnataka State Road Safety Authority in the year of 2024, and it was linked with the section 129B of, for not only wearing the helmet properly, but also fastening it. So the strapping of the helmet is very important. So the campaigns are basically designed for in sync with the policy and to change the road user behavior. And one more thing I want to say, that when the campaigns, they are paired with the enforcement, so it gives not only that they are not meant only for the punitive action, they are meant for the preventive. So I must say that the road safety campaigns are meant for prevention and not for, and they have to be like for the social and behavioral change aspects. And I would also like to thank to Gautam sir, Nimhans. So we not only the social and behavioral data that comes from our post-campaign evaluation studies, and we have been doing, with the support of the KSRSA, we have been supporting them with the post-campaign evaluation. And for the first time, the post-campaign evaluation data has been combined with the observation data, which NIMHANS has recently done it, and which will be launched soon. So these are the few examples which of the campaign that how they can influence the road user behavior. So that is.
Thank you, Pooja. I'll come back to you with another set. Dr. Gautam, before we came on, a neurosurgeon was on stage. Dr. Rudrappa, I think. Apologies if I got the name wrong. He was talking about how many cases he sees every day and, you know, all kinds of things that should shock all of us. And then he makes the point of helmets. How people have helmets, but they don't wear them. They hide them, put them near their legs. When they see a traffic police down the road, they try to put it on. They are thinking of helmet as a way of avoiding fine rather than avoiding death. And then she was talking about these public service campaigns and your studies. You were talking about motorcycle study that you have done, speeding study. Can you tell the audience about the impact of these kind of campaigns and what actually happens to the drivers? Do these campaigns actually make any difference? Are we satisfying ourselves saying, oh, we put a wording there, we put an Instagram post there, or we put a TV ad there? Will they really make any difference at all?
Thank you, sir. So now, the purpose of campaign is not only increasing awareness. Campaign-ಗಳು ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಕಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ನ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದು ನೇರ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಟ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್, ದ ಮೆಸೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ the way the campaign is delivered needs to be changed. Like for example, I'll give two examples. In the last year, along with the Bangalore Traffic Police, a drink driving campaign was conducted. So it is general tendency, kudibardo, kudidu gaadi ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ 10,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಫೈನು, 2 ಸತಿ 3 ಸತಿ ಸಿಗಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಜೈಲು. So that is the campaign mode. Now that is reaching the driver who is also part of the community. But the same campaign, if it is a passenger centric, in that study we observed that 42% of the drivers who were violating the drink driving law had at least one occupant. So 42% drink driving violators alli obru passenger idru. So andre the same risk the drink driver is facing, the passengers are also facing, irrespective of their drink driving status.
Like second-hand smoking.
It's like second-hand smoking. So ಇದೇ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಲಿ ತಿರುಗಿಸಬಹುದು. A passenger centric campaign ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. Don't sit with a drink driver. ಯಾರು ಕುಡಿದು ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಕೂರಬೇಡಿ. Okay, it is same like second-hand smoking. The analogy is same. I am smoking, I am getting the health problem. He is inhaling the second-hand smoke. He is also getting the health problem. So the risk is there. Similarly, a drink driver is making errors in judgment, errors in speed, not obeying the rules, speeding. The same risk for crashes is experienced by the passengers. In that study also, 2% of the occupants were children actually. So the campaign, the way the campaign is put across, who is the target? The same campaign can be put across in a multiple ways. You can do a passenger-centric campaign and prevent people from sitting with a drink driver. This is one example. Second example is, we have to involve the community, because without the community involvement, campaign plus enforcement is a short-term measure. The large long-term measure is internalization of the behavior. So catch them young. Make driving licensing system as difficult as possible. Without that, we will only be doing a short-term involvement of the community. This is one example of looking at the same thing. Second example is, we should look at which are the schemes which are friendly to the community participation. The people should value the cost effectiveness of the interventions. Like helmet, somebody told that along with the vehicle you are going to give 2 helmets. But at the same time, the person should also be monitored to wear the helmet by the person who is selling the helmet, by the child who's been taught in the school, by the police who's catching them in the road, by elders in the community. So it will not have a single pronged intervention, but a multiple pronged intervention, which should be intermittent, repeated, reinforced, and should aim specifically at behavior change.
And Dr. Gautam, ನೀವು motorcycle speeding study ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ವಾ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ.
ಸೊ ನಾವು ಈ ಸ್ಪೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನ್ ಕಂಡಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಆವರೇಜ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಮೆನಿ ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ವೇರ್ ಆವರೇಜ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ನಾವು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಟು 48 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ ಅವರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ದೇ ಆರ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ಫೆಟಾಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಮೋರ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ರೋಡ್, ಔಟರ್ ರಿಂಗ್ ರೋಡ್, Tumkur road. So in such kind of roads, to involve the community in speed calming, see, it's impossible for police to do it alone, because the ratio of population to police, the ratio of vehicles to police, it will take many years for them to be to cover the lot of people. So with this speeding study, it is clearly shown that we need to have some community driven measures where people can participate in speed reduction, and to tell them that actually speeding is there in the Bangalore and speeding is responsible for fatality. The average speed of vehicles in highways was 14 to 17 kilometers higher than vehicles in arterial roads within the city. So it means to say that people have a tendency to speed where it is possible to speed. So how do you curb that attitude and behavior? It is through internalization. You cannot be everywhere.
We'll come back to you on what kind of policies and laws we can bring on, because some of it is supply side, right? If the vehicle cannot speed beyond a point, a bus speed is checked, the bus driver cannot speed as much as a car driver, maybe perhaps things like that we can bring in. And also, I want to ask the panelists about helmet safety rules. Why should somebody be allowed to sell an unsafe helmet? These kind of things require deeper thinking and discussion and policy making. But Venkat, Gautam talked about speed calming, and a lot of people in the audience, especially students, are wondering what is this speed and calming. These words are very technical, they sound interesting but not clear. What is speed calming? And what is the role of street design, footpath design, junction design in road safety? If you can talk about your experience, please.
So, speed calming is something, is a measure to regulate the speeds at unsafe zones where they have potential hazard of actually causing an accident. Like, so calming measures include your rumble strips or speed humps or tabletop crossings and those kind of stuff. So that is the technical response. But more importantly, what is important for all of us to actually understand is that the speed, especially whenever we actually have these corridors of, like, for example, what he talked about is the airport road, the flyover that we actually talked about, and those kind of corridors, generally the speeding happens most, and then also cause a lot of fatalities that are actually caused in those areas. So what is important for us is we need to know, most importantly, the deployment of technology is what we have actually been trying to do. Like, for example, at junctions, we have been trying to see how we can actually assess the near miss analysis. Right?
What analysis?
Near miss analysis. Using near miss analysis, that is actually like to see what are all the traffic patterns or movement patterns that are actually there are conflicting and which have potential to convert into an accident, right? So that is what we are trying to analyze, which actually tells these are the potential conflicts that would happen between a two-wheeler to a car, or two-wheeler to a pedestrian, or pedestrian to a bus. So all these movements are being analyzed, and we are actually trying to see what are all the spots, here, hot spots, which have more conflicts. Now, how does this help in making the junctions or corridors safer, right? So important is, if you know that there are more conflict points are emerging at these locations, so what is it that we can do within the traffic, permitting the traffic movements to happen? How is it that we can channelize the junction? Or how is it that we can prevent the people from crossing by actually putting guardrails or those kind of things to ensure the patterns are avoided, the conflicts are actually avoided. So that is one important thing that we are trying to do even in Bangalore using the tech side of the story. So it is important that we use tech to make sure that we are analyzing the potential conflicts, and we design it in such a way that we are able to reduce, the interventions can be structured to reduce those accidents.
Okay, we had a session on this earlier in that other venue, but it talked about, and there were two sessions actually on junction designs. A lot of good work happened in Bengaluru, but whenever there's a junction, like Venkat Hilgange, just conflict points irutte. Pedestrians and vehicles, vehicles and vehicles, public transport and pedestrians. So many different conflict points come. So if you design better, the number of conflicts reduce and the chances of accidents also reduce. That's why Bengaluru is doing more design work. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the GBA chief engineer on the panel today, but GBA is now doing urban design cell. Based on designers' input, they're redesigning the roads, high-density corridors, junctions, so that the number of conflict points are managed better. Sanjay, you've been advocating for public transport, but public transport also means a lot of pedestrians. Every public transport trip begins and ends with a walk, right? So this means more people on the street and more conflicts on the street. So what do you suggest that we do as a city municipal corporation, as a GBA, to make pedestrian life safer, to reduce the risk of people want to take metro, but they're afraid of walking to the metro station. How do you see that, and what do you think we should be doing about it?
Yeah, I think the key is for us to understand there are methodologies that we can use to understand how good or bad the road is for walking. So, for example, there are walkability audit templates that are available that under the GBA, under the 5 municipal corporations. For example, Bangalore South now has 72 wards in the municipal corporation, but Bangalore South has only 4 engineering staff. So in terms of even capacity, I think there is a huge need now that the governance structure is in place within GBA, is to have academic institutions, the students who are there in this audience, academic institutions, architecture and planning program colleges and students from those programs to come forward and work with the GBA and with the individual municipal corporations to create those walkability audits, because at the end of the day, the government or the municipal corporation will never have all capacity, nowhere in the world. But they find a way to build capacity by entering into collaboration and partnerships with key institutions. In fact, yesterday I was in one such event where the Commissioner of Bangalore South, Mr. Ramesh, he reached out to the RV group of institutions to say, what can we do with the RV group of institutions to get and build more capacity to improve walkability in the city, to improve grievance redressal in terms of if there are some things not working in the city in terms of garbage being piled up. But the point I'm trying to make is we have to find a way to build capacity both at the engineering staff and in terms of design capabilities, because governments cannot have all the abilities. And I think there is a need for us to work a way to source those talent pools from outside.
Okay, thanks Sanjay. So a lot of efforts are going on from the municipal corporations of Bengaluru to standardize footpath design, to standardize street design. This is a great way of community participation. Like Dr. Gautam was saying, if you make your street safer, you contributed to city being safer. If you ask for a rumble strip or a speed breaker, that will make your area safer. Therefore, together it makes the city safer. As a responsible citizens, these are simple actions you can take by working with your local engineers, local corporation commissioners. Pooja, I want to talk to you about enforcement. Enforcement is a function of two things. One, you need to have rules, and then people should be afraid that if I break a rule, there will be consequences. I'll be put in a jail, or I have to pay a fine, or my license will be taken away, my vehicle will be seized. Unless people see these consequences, the rules don't make much of a difference. Knowing the way in which in our cities, in India, in Indian cities, how people know about the rules but don't fear the consequences, what should be the focus of government agencies be in terms of enforcement?
Thank you, Shri. So I think as Sanjay sir has already said, that we cannot work in silos. It has to be integrated. More and more stakeholders have to be the part of the road safety. And road safety being the public health issue, so again, communication can not only work, it has to be the integrated part of the engineering infrastructure as well as the enforcement. So enforcement, of course, the enforcement is necessary. We have to focus not to make it as a punitive measure, but want to have it as a preventive measure. And more and more the campaign messages, which are being based on the risk factor, whether it is speeding, like Gautam sir talked about, that the speeds are different, or the arterial roads and different roads. So that message has to be constantly being disseminated or to be amplified through the enforcement agencies. And the drives, the special drives can also be maybe organized by the enforcement agencies. And these basically, from the communication part of the perspective, we should be amplifying the messages through the social media, through the different platforms of every enforcement agency, whether it is through the police or whether it is through the transport department. So that needs to be like institutionalized and sustainability. So that has to be the one strategy which I feel needs to be there. Thank you.
Okay, as we come towards the end of this panel, I want to ask a couple of questions to all my panelists and your final statements. Think of it like rapid fire, think of it like final statement. Take your 1 minute and give an answer. One, should we make much difficult for people to sell non-standard helmets? What kind of policies should we make to make that happen? Two, should we focus on social media influencers, hoardings, public campaigns like TVs, or should we focus on peer-to-peer influencing? For me, personally, my child is the biggest influencer on me than any ad I see. If she is in the car, I will be very scared to look at my phone. If she's not there, I might look at it, but don't tell anyone. So, should we take this approach of using family or close friends as a peer influencing group? Will that lead to a better behavior change? And any other policies that you think that the transport department or the police should bring in to reduce road safety? This is the final question. You can answer any of these or all of these, and any other points that you want to bring. We'll start with you, Venkat, and move the mic to your right.
I think one of the important things is the fear of death, right? Fear of death. I think we should have more hoardings in the city, which is talking about number of deaths happening in the city due to accidents, due to road accidents.
Want to tell them how many deaths happen in our city?
Yeah, in our city, we had last year, we had about 850 plus deaths.
850 deaths in our city last year. That could be your brother, your friend, your colleague. 850.
I think this need to be more publicized across city, and every hoarding should at least display this across, so that people know that driving carelessly requires. Second, the only message that I wanted to actually give every one of you is that, can we stop using mobile phones while driving? I think if This has become a biggest menace in the community more than anything else that I see today, because that is actually causing maximum unsafe moments in the city for all of us. You are not only making your life unsafe, you are actually you are taking somebody else's life. So I think that's the key message that I wanted to leave you all with.
So I will be very specific to the question raised by Srinivas sir. So as far as helmets are concerned, it is legally difficult to actually ban people from selling a non-ISI helmet unless he is truly certified himself as a vendor of helmets only for powered two-wheeler users. So basically he is a helmet vendor. He can sell whatever kind of helmet he wants. But certainly government can make it difficult for the manufacturers to manufacture huge amount of non-ISI standard helmets. They can make it difficult for the retailers to buy such helmets. They can make it difficult for the retailers to sell such helmets, and they should make it change the minds of the people to buy such helmets from the retailers. So banning may not be an option. It could be a short-term measure, but the long-term measure is use a combination of family influences, professional influences, commercial influences, enforcement influences, religious influences, social media influencers, repeatedly and regularly telling them that you are not supposed to wear this kind of helmet. Apart from the fine, more importantly, it is to protect your own life. NIMAN's data shows that even if a person survives a traumatic brain injury, recovery happens to the full functionality in less than 20% of the people who survive. Majority don't survive. Even if you survive, you are not the same person who was before the crash and after the crash. And the cost between you and the number 2 version of you is just 1,500 rupees ISI standard helmet. So if that message is driven into the minds of people from the young to the old, everybody is an influencer. If it is done repeatedly, then we can expect change. Apart from doing only banning. Thank you, sir.
That's a terrific message. I am nominating Dr. Gautam to be the main influencer on social media. Sanjay, your final comments?
Well, in fact, I have a request to, I see several police officers here. ಮುಂಚೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಮುಂಚೆ ಫುಟ್ಪಾತ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಟೂ ವೀಲರ್ ಓಡಿಸೋರ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಫೈನ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಮುಂಚೆ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಐ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಟ್ವಿಟರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ವೇರ್ ಯು ಕುಡ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ವೈಲೇಷನ್ಸ್, and when somebody reported a violation,
Astram has come in.
yeah, when you reported the violation, you would get a response from the police department saying this violation has been documented and a challan will be sent. But now if you report a violation, ivaga footpath ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರು ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ violation ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ನಾನು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಕೇಳಿದೀನಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಕಾನೂನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ. The key is to use, and we are a digital city. We have the digital infrastructure, we have hundreds, thousands of CCTV cameras. We need to be able to enforce certain basic standards of walkability in cities. Yeah, thank you.
Shall I remind you of the questions, sir?
No. Actually, all my 3 panelists have already answered everything. So I would just like to say one word, reinforcement. So that is the thing which the government can do for just communicating the message, reinforcing the message as and when. So that is the one thing. And also to Dr. Gautam sir's, like for promoting the standardized helmets, ISI helmets as per the law. So that's it. So I think that is one.
Okay, with that, I thank all my esteemed panelists for their insights and valuable contributions to the conversation. Hope it helped you understand the road safety situations. Thank you so much, Karthik sir, for this opportunity, and the Transport Department.
Yeah, request you to kindly stay back for a moment. Please accept mementos. I would request Mr. Siddhappa Kallar, the Joint Commissioner, Mr. Krishna Gowda, RTO, Mr. Pramutesh, RTO of Chandapura, Mr. Bharat N. Kalasinghe of RTO Chitradurga to please come over and give away mementos to all the panelists. Request all of you to kindly be in your seats because immediately the valedictory function will unfold after the stage is set in the next couple of minutes. So request all of you to kindly be in your seats. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕೆಲವು ನಿಮಿಷಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗಲಿದೆ.
ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಬಂದು ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗಣಪತಿ ಇವ ರಾಮನ್ ಬಂದು ರಾಮ ಬೇರೆ ನನ್ನ ಗಂಡನೇ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಬಾಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಬಾಸ್ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ
ನೀರಿನಂತೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ, ಗಾಳಿಯಂತೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ, ನದಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ, ನಂಬಿಕೆಯ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ, ಜೀವಭಾವದ ದೇಶ ಭಾರತ ಎಂಬ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು, ಭೇದ ಮಾಡದ ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೇಗುಲ ಎಂಬ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು, ನೀಲಿ ಬಾನಿನ ಗಾಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿನ ಉಸಿರ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು, ಹೂವು ಚೆಲ್ಲುವ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿಯ ಹಸಿರ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು. ಕಾಲ್ಸಾ Karnataka State Legal Services Authority. Kalsa, Kalsa. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಳಲನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಆಲಿಸುವವರಿಲ್ಲ ಎಂಬ ಚಿಂತೆ ಏಕೆ? ಈಗ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯವೇ ನಡೆದು ಬರುವುದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂಗಳಕ್ಕೆ. ಅಸಹಾಯಕರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ನೊಂದವರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ದುರ್ಬಲರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಶೋಷಿತರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ. ಜೀವಭಾವದ ದೇಶ ಭಾರತ ಎಂಬ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು, ಭೇದ ಮಾಡದ ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೇಗುಲ ಎಂಬ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು, ನೀಲಿ ಬಾನಿನ ಗಾಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿನ ಉಸಿರ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು, ಹೂವು ಚೆಲ್ಲುವ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿಯ ಹಸಿರ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು. ಬಡವರು ಹಾಗೂ ದುರ್ಬಲರಿಗಾಗಿ ಉಚಿತ ಮತ್ತು ಸಕ್ಷಮ ಕಾನೂನು ಸಲಹೆಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿಬದ್ಧ ಕಾನೂನು ಸೇವಾ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ ಕಾನ್ಸಾ, ನ್ಯಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ. ಕಾನ್ಸಾ, ಕಾನ್ಸಾ. ನೀರಿನಂತೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ, ಗಾಳಿಯಂತೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ, ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ, ನಂಬಿಕೆಯ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ, ಜೀವಭಾವದ ದೇಶ ಭಾರತ ಎಂಬ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು, ಭೇದ ಮಾಡದ ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೇಗುಲ ಎಂಬ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು, ನೀಲಿ ಬಾನಿನ ಗಾಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿನ ಉಸಿರ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು, ಹೂವು ಚೆಲ್ಲುವ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿಯ ಹಸಿರ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು. ಕಾಲ್ಸಾ, Karnataka State Legal Services Authority. Kalsa, Kalsa. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಳಲನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಆಲಿಸುವವರಿಲ್ಲ ಎಂಬ ಚಿಂತೆ ಏಕೆ? ಈಗ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯವೇ ನಡೆದು ಬರುವುದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂಗಳಕ್ಕೆ. ಅಸಹಾಯಕರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ನೊಂದವರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ, ದುರ್ಬಲರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ,
ಶೋಷಿತರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ. ಜೀವಭಾವದ ದೇಶ ಭಾರತ ಎಂಬ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು. ಭೇದ ಮಾಡದ ನ್ಯಾಯ ದೇಗುಲ ಎಂಬ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು. ನೀಲಿ ಕಾಡಿನ ಗಾಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿನ ಉಸಿರ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು. ಹೂವು ಚೆಲ್ಲುವ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿಯ ಹಸಿರ ಹಕ್ಕು ನಮ್ಮದು.
ಬಡವರು ಹಾಗೂ ದುರ್ಬಲರಿಗಾಗಿ ಉಚಿತ ಮತ್ತು ಸಕ್ಷಮ ಕಾನೂನು ಸಲಹೆಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿಬದ್ಧ ಕಾನೂನು ಸೇವಾ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ ಕಾಲ್ಸಾ, ನ್ಯಾಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ.
ಕಾಲ್ಸಾ, ಕಾಲ್ಸಾ.
ಇದು ರಸ್ತಾ ಸುರಕ್ಷೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸುರಕ್ಷೆ. ಬಹಳ ದೇವ್ರಿದೊಂದು ಆಯುಷ್ಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾನಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನ ಹುಂಗುಬುತ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಳಸುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಹಳ ಜಾಣತನದಿಂದ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ಸಾರಿಗೆಗಾಗಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಘಟಕ ಜ್ಞಾನಭಾರತಿ ವಲಯದ ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ಸಾರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿ ಜನವರಿ 1, 2026ರಿಂದ 31, 2026 ತನಕ ರಸ್ತೆ ಸುರಕ್ಷತಾ ಮಾಸಾಚರಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಇದೀಗ ಸಭಾಂಗಣಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಉಚ್ಚ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯ ಹಾಗೂ ಪೇಟ್ರನ್ ಇನ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಮುಖ್ಯ ನ್ಯಾಯಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ವಿಭು ಭಕ್ರು ಅವರು ಆಗಮಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಸಹ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಾಗಿ
We would like to welcome on stage Honorable Shri Chief Justice Vipul Bhakuji, High Court of Karnataka, Patron in Chief Karnataka State Legal Services Authority. Our guest of honor, Shri Abhay Manohar Sapre, Chairperson of the Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety and former Judge Supreme Court of India. The valedictory event is presided by Honorable Srimati Justice Anu Shivaraman, High Court of Karnataka and Executive Chairperson, Karnataka State Legal Services Authority. We also have with us Shri K. Shashikiran Shetty, Advocate General, Government of Karnataka, and Shri Vivek Reddy, President, Advocates Association, Bengaluru.
Karnataka State Legal Services Authority.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the final moment of the Road Safety Month. On behalf of Karnataka Government, Transport Department, and of course Karnataka State Legal Services Authority and the Karnataka State Police, I'm Shankar Prakash extending a very, very warm welcome to the valedictory function of EDAR Implementation and National Road Safety Month 2026. A very hearty welcome to all of you. Tamagellarigu Adarada Swagata, Suswagata. At the outset, I would request all of you to kindly rise for the state anthem. Nadageetegagi Daimadi Ellaru Eddu Nillabekagi Vinanti. Jaya Bharata Janani Tanujate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate. Request all of you to kindly be seated. At the outset, I would request the Member Secretary of Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, Shri H. Shashidhara Shetty, for the welcome address. Bandhugale swagatisi Shri Shashidhara Shetty.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಸಂಜೆಯ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good evening to everybody. Honorable Shri Justice Vibhu Bakru, Chief Justice, High Court of Karnataka, and Patent Chief, Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, Honorable Shri Abhay Manohar Sapre, former Judge, Supreme Court of India and Chairperson, Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety, Honorable Srimati Justice Anu Shivaraman, Judge, High Court of Karnataka and Executive Chairman, Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, and all other dignitaries and on and off the dais. Road safety is not just a rule, it is a responsibility. Every year, thousands of lives are lost in the road accidents, many of which could be prevented with timely action and awareness. Road accidents in India saw a concerning trend in 2024 and 2025. In 2024, there were approximately 4.73 lakh road accidents, resulting in around 1.7 lakh deaths. In Karnataka in 2024, 43,062 accidents were reported with the 12,390 fatalities. EDAR digitizes accident reporting, making it faster, accurate, and transparent. From police and hospitals to insurance and legal authorities, everyone gets real-time information to act swiftly. Every road accident is a tragedy, but timely action can save lives. That's why EDAR, our electronic detailed accident report, is so important. It ensures accidents are reported quickly, accurately, and transparently, helping police, hospitals, and insurance agencies act faster. EDAR also helps identify accident-prone areas, improve road safety measures, and reduce fatalities. This Road Safety Week, let us pledge to follow traffic rules, drive responsibly, and support safer roads. Remember, safety begins with us, and EDAR helps us act faster when it matters most. Honorable Chief Justice Vibhu Bhakru, Chief Justice High Court of Karnataka and Patron Chief of Khalsa, is kind enough to accept our invitation in spite of his lordship's busy schedule and with us today to inaugurate this event. I, on behalf of Khalsa Transport Department, Government of Karnataka, Police Department, extend respectful welcome to his lordship. Welcome you, my lord. I request Sri Mallikarjun, Additional Commissioner, Transport Department, to offer flower to his lordship and welcome him. Thank you, Lordship. Honorable Shri Justice Abhay Manohar Sapre, former Judge, Supreme Court of India and Chairperson, Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety, is amidst us today. His Lordship gave a thought-provoking presentation today morning on road safety measures. It is indeed our honor that His Lordship accepted our invitation as guest of honor. I, on behalf of Khalsa and all other stakeholder departments, welcome you, my lord. I request Sri B.P. Umash Shankar, Additional Commissioner, to offer bouquet and welcome his lordship. Thank you, lordship. Honorable Srimati Justice Anu Sivaraman, Judge High Court of Karnataka and Executive Chairperson, Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, has guided us in conducting many meetings with all stakeholders to make the road safety campaign a grand success. It is indeed our honor that our ladyship has accepted our invitation to preside over this function. On behalf of Khalsa and all other stakeholder departments, I welcome her ladyship. Welcome you, my lord. I request Srimati MP Onkareshwari, Additional Commissioner, to welcome her ladyship. Thank you, ma'am. Shri K. Shashikaran Shetty, Advocate General, Government of Karnataka, has been our supportive to all our legitimate and urgent demands put forth from Khalsa. On behalf of Khalsa and all organizers of this event, I extend hearty welcome to you, sir. I request Sri Siddhappa Kaller, the Joint Commissioner, Transport, to welcome Advocate General. Shri Vivek Subbareddy, President, Advocates Association, Bangalore, and his team is always with us in our endeavor to provide access to justice to all. I, on behalf of Khalsa and all stakeholders, extend hearty welcome to you, sir. I request Bhamman Gowda Patil, Joint Commissioner, to welcome Shri Vivek Subbareddy. I heartily welcome learned Registrar General, High Court of Karnataka, and all other registrars of High Court of Karnataka, Madam Radha, the Director of Karnataka Judicial Academy, and her team, and all other judicial officers who are here. Welcome you all. I also welcome Shri A.M. Yogesh, Commissioner Transport and Road Safety, Shri Mallikarjun, Srimati Onkareshwari, Joint Commissioner of Transport Department, and their team of officers, Shri Karthik Reddy, Joint Commissioner of Police, and his team of officers who took all initiatives to organize this function in such a large magnitude. I also welcome Shri Dr. N.V. Prasad, Secretary, Transport Department, for leading all his team. I welcome principal, faculty, law students of all law colleges who are present here today. The members of print and electronic media have always supported the cause of legal services to the needy as they are the bridge between the institution and the public at large, and without them carrying out messages to the general public is not possible. I hereby extend a warm welcome to them. So I extend warm welcome to one and all who are present here in this event. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Shri Shashidhar Shetty, for extending a very cordial welcome to the dignitaries on the dais. At this juncture, it's my privilege to request Honorable Shri Justice Vibhu Bakru, Chief Justice High Court of Karnataka and Patron-in-Chief of Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, to kindly come forward and light the lamp, signaling the beginning of this all-important concluding ceremony. ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಜೋರಾದ ಕರ್ತಾಡನದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಭೂತಪೂರ್ವ ಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿರೋಣ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನವರಿ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂತಹ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ರಸ್ತೆ ಸುರಕ್ಷತಾ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಈದ್ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ. I'd like to thank Honorable Chief Justice Vibhu Bakru and the dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a tremendous amount of support from the media, and they have come here in large numbers. So we would like to extend a thanks to the media for covering the entire event extensively. Thank you very much. It's now time to listen to the words of wisdom of the dignitaries on the dais. At the outset, I would request the President of Advocates Association, Bengaluru, Shri Vivek Subbareddy, for his address. ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿ Shri Vivek Subbareddy.
Honorable Chief Justice of Karnataka, Justice Vibhu Bakru, Honorable Justice Abhay Manohar Sapre, former Judge of the Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice Anu Shivaraman Madam, Judge High Court of Karnataka, Shri Shashikiran Shetty, Advocate General, Government of Karnataka, and various dignitaries, the Transport Secretary, the Joint Commissioner of Traffic, the Commissioner of Transport, all the judicial officers who are here, the additional commissioners of transport, more particularly law students, and still more important, today we are honored by the presence of so many traffic constables and traffic staff. They are the ones who are safeguarding the city. Let us not forget, when they sacrifice their homes and stand in the night to control drunken driving ನ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರು ನಿಂತ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ. And we request you, please go on. Don't spare anybody who is a drunken driver. please remove him from the car or the vehicle, fine him, and send him by an auto safely to home. We request you to do that. Friends, today we are faced with the statistics. Honorable Chief Justice Sir, Justice Abhay Sapre Sir, and Anushiram Madam. In India, there are so many deaths occurring due to road accidents. Karnataka contributes to 12,000 deaths per year. And it shocks us because 12,000 ಮಂದಿಗೆ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಧಾರವನ್ನ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಗಳಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅನಾಥರಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. The families are left orphaned. So we have to look within ourselves as to how to reduce this figure. And there is a lot of responsibility on us. I was really amazed that such a function has been organized with the foremost constitutional institution of Karnataka, the High Court of Karnataka, with the Karnataka Legal Services Authority. The Transport Department and the authorities have all come together in order that we may contribute to our society and reduce the number of accidents. Therefore, I thank the Patron in Chief of Karnataka Legal Services Authority, Justice Vibhu Bakru, for having allowed such a outreach to take place through the Karnataka High Court and the Karnataka Legal Services Authority. And also Justice Anup Shivraman Madam, who has taken the pains to ensure that this entire program has gone on well. I thank them on behalf of all authorities and all stakeholders. I also thank Justice Sapru. He is Justice Abhay Sapru, who's still such a forceful inspiration. He goes around the whole of India, heading the Committee on Safety of Transport. And he is there today at Karnataka. He was amazed by the work done by the authorities. I thank him very much. And our Shashikiran Shetty sir, I remember the preliminary meetings were held in his office, and he ensured that all the departments came together and there was a synthesis. Friends, as I have said, it is one of the greatest contributions. Just about a week ago, I had a client of mine. His name was one Venkatesh. For about a week before, he was saying that his elder son was not that successful. He wants to make his younger son reach the highest by going to a foreign university. But about 6 days ago, his younger son met with an accident and died while driving a bike near Chandraipatna. He was 22 years old. We can't believe the tears of parents. I request all the youngsters here, please tell your friends, whenever you drive a vehicle, please drive slowly. India is a place where the opposite man's fault, ಎದುರಿನ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಫಾಲ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಮೃತರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಸ್ಲೋ, ದ ಫಾಲ್ಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಲೆಸರ್. ಅವ್ರ ಹೊಡೆತ ಇನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅನ್ಬೇರಬಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಟು ಎವರ್ ಸಿ ಸಚ್ ಅ ಥಿಂಗ್. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ವಾಹನಗಳ ನಿಯಮಗಳನ್ನು ಪರಿಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಪಣ ತೊಡ್ತಾ, ಐ ವಿಶ್ ದಟ್ ದೀಸ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಇಯರ್ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಟು ರೇಸ್ ದಿ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್. ಜಾಗೃತರಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಷ್ಟು ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಂದಿಸುತ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
Everybody must exercise caution, ಜಾಗರೂಕ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಮಹತ್ತರ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಶ್ರೀ ವಿವೇಕ್ ಸುಬ್ಬಾರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಫಾರ್ ಅವರ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್. I would now request the Advocate General, Government of Karnataka, Shri K. Shashikiran Shetty, for his address. Bandhugale Swagatisi Shri Shashikiran Shetty.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Chief Justice, Justice Vibhu Bakru, Honorable Justice Abhay Sapre, Honorable Justice Anu Shivraman, Mr. Vivek Reddy, President Advocates Association. Now we have the Principal Secretary Transport, Joint Commissioner of Traffic Police, and all the members present here. In fact, what started with the Transport Department as a casual conversation with regard to road safety, with regard to one matter, then slowly we understood there are a lot of deaths. They said under the Advocate General's office, let us start something regarding road safety throughout India. In the month of January, we can conduct. Then I said, as the Advocate General's office, we can't do anything. So the only best person is the Legal Services Authority. Then we roped in Mr. Shashidhar Shetty. That was the beginning and end, from where he involved the Legal Services Authority, then roped in all the department, transport, health, education, PWD. I think without the Legal Services Authority today, under the leadership of our Chief Justice and Justice Anu Shivraman, this would not have been done. In fact, I would also thank it is out of passion, the Transport Department, the police, traffic, PWD, education, everybody, more than as a duty, they have taken it as a challenge to save each. The idea was to save one life. If by doing this program, if we could save one life, it would go a long way. So what the best way is to start with the schools, educating them. That is how we involved all the schools. The Legal Services Authority involved all the schools or education department. And once again, the traffic police, as I fully agree with Mr. Vivek Reddy, the people, the traffic police, the constables and the ASIs who are on the ground, who bear the heat of all the abuses, especially in the night, all the violators of law. So what we thought is, unless we educate and communicate with the citizens, it will not be possible. As in the words of Mahatma Gandhi, the future depends on what we do in the present. The initiative was precisely about acting in the present to safeguard the future. The Road Safety Month is observed to spread awareness about traffic rules and safe road behavior. It aims to reduce accidents and encourage the use of helmets, seat belts, avoid drunk driving, following traffic rules. The campaign promotes responsible driving, pedestrian safety to protect lives. Road safety is shared responsibility, and every citizen must contribute to making roads safer. In fact, in the spirit of collective effort that enables the scale of outreach we witnessed during the road safety awareness period, 7,490 programs were conducted across the states, covering astonishing 14,848 participants. Such a magnitude of engagement would have been impossible without the coordinated, sustained, and tireless efforts across departments. This success belongs to the Legal Services Authority, the Transport Department, the Advocates Association, the Police Department, NHAI, the Medical and the Health Department, education institutions, media persons, and several other departments. Without the seamless cooperation and shared ownership, this initiative could never have achieved the real and that it did. Over the course of the 1 month, officers and volunteers from all departments demonstrated exceptional dedication. They stepped beyond the routine roles, working persistently, often in challenging conditions, to ensure that awareness was not symbolic but meaningful and practical. The activities conducted were diverse, inclusive, and purpose-driven. The program commenced with a formal inauguration and the road safety pledges administered across schools, colleges, public institutions, community spaces, and reinforcing collective commitment to safer roads. In spirit, if we educate a child, we educate a generation. The education institution became the cornerstone of this movement. Students across states such as Bangalore, Kalburgi, Balki, etc. participated in interactive session on traffic rules. Colleges, we involve a lot of teachers, colleges, professional institutions across the state in order to have an outreach program. The public outreach was strengthened through road safety marches, bike rallies, street plays, selfie-based awareness initiatives, community interactives conducted in urban and rural districts of Karnataka. Road safety campaign was launched. The Shantiniken group of institutions, Ramnagar, forcing maintaining safety standards between vehicles. Health and safety were also addressed historically through eye checkup campaigns in Bangalore and elsewhere. Health screening programs, first aid, CPR training sessions, blood donation camps were also conducted. Initiative also taken to embrace innovative and technology through workshop and digital accident programs. As we conclude, this valedictory is not an end but a pause, a moment to reflect and renew our commitment. Road safety cannot be a one-month agenda, it must be daily discipline. The lessons learned through collaboration, strengthen and movement during this program must continue to guide our actions in the months and years ahead. I express my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Chief Justice, the Patron-in-Chief, Karnataka State Legal Authority, for his gracious presence today and who has helped us to start and conclude this initiative and thoughtful reflective of enlightenment note. His Lordship's guidance and encouragement have been a constant source of strength throughout this journey. I also place on record my sincere appreciation to Honorable Justice Anu Shivaraman, the Executive Chairperson of Karnataka Legal Service Authority, and all the esteemed judges whose valuable time, vision, and commitment have made road safety awareness program on the most comprehensive, impactful initiative. I also thank all the departments, as I already mentioned, for all the effort taken. Let us carry on this shared resolve before every rule followed, every helmet worn, and every life saved. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
It's indeed the time to reflect and the step forward, and this celebration of this month will go a long way towards strengthening the system. Thank you very much, Shri Shashikiran Shetty, for your address, sir. I would now request Honorable Srimati Justice Anu Shivaraman, Judge High Court of Karnataka and Executive Chairperson of Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, for her address. Bandhugale swagatiಸಿ Honorable Srimati Justice Anu Shivaraman.
A very good evening to one and all. Honorable Justice Vibhu Bakru, Chief Justice, High Court of Karnataka, and Patron-in-Chief of the Karnataka State Legal Services Authority. Honorable Shri Justice Abhay Manohar Sapre, former Judge, Supreme Court of India, and President, Supreme Court Road Safety Committee, who is our guest of honor today. Shri Vivek Subbareddy, President, Advocates Association, Bengaluru. Shri Shashikiran Shetty, Advocate General, Government of Karnataka. All the distinguished dignitaries who are present on and off the dais, and everybody who's participating in this validatory function today. A very good evening to one and all. We are here to conclude a month-long road safety awareness month, which we celebrated in the month of January 2026. While we say we celebrate or have a road safety awareness month, I can only say that there's very little celebration involved, because when we look at the statistics, we see that Karnataka is contributing to the, in a very large way, to a number of these deaths on the roads. Why do these happen? We are aware that there are several aspects to it, and the most number of deaths, at least in Bangalore city, are due to either drunken driving, not wearing of helmets, seat belts, or not really adhering to the traffic rules. So it is with this intent of raising the awareness that the Road Safety Awareness Month is being done, throughout the country. So it was with this intent that deliberations were held in the office of the Advocate General on December 6th. And far from what he is admitting to, it was actually the work of the Advocate General in having roped in all the departments of the state government so that this could have been conducted, the Road Safety Awareness Month could have been conducted in such an effective manner. The Advocates Association, the Bengaluru Advocates Association has also given us so much of encouragement and help in this regard that we absolutely have to remember them and the efforts put in by them on this occasion. The involvement of all the departments of the government of Karnataka has resulted in this awareness month being such a meaningful exercise. The Legal Services Authority, the District Legal Services Authorities have conducted, like the Advocate General said, 7,490 road safety awareness programs. But the outreach has been not to 14,000, but to 14,18,048 participants in these road safety awareness programs. We are particularly heartened by the focus on this campaign on youth engagement. Young people are not only frequent road users, but also powerful agents of change. We notice here today that the young people are involved in large numbers, and that is indeed a heartening sign. We must recognize that road accidents have far-reaching consequences beyond the immediate victims. Families lose breadwinners, children lose parents, and communities suffer irreversible emotional and economic loss. In many cases, these tragedies are preventable. A helmet, a seat belt, a decision not to drink and drive. These are small actions with life-saving consequence. As we conclude this month of awareness, let us remember that road safety cannot be confined to a single campaign. It must be a continuous social movement. The responsibility lies with each of us, drivers, passengers, pedestrians, parents, teachers, law enforcers, and everyone. I place on record my deep appreciation for all the efforts of all concerned, including the legal service authorities, the DLSAs, the government departments, and thank you for the conclusion of a month of road safety awareness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the comprehensive overview of the National Road Safety Month. Let's give a round of applause and thank Honorable Srimati Justice Anushi Ram. Thank you, Madam. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we are all aware that during the National Road Safety Month, several programs were held by the Transport Department, by the Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, and the Karnataka Police. Let's take a quick jhalak, a glimpse of the various events held during the month. Let's have the video, please. highly inspiring and motivating activities. I would now request the President of the Supreme Court Road Safety Committee, a former Judge, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Shri Justice Abhay Manohar Sapre, to address all of us for the keynote address. Bandhugale swagatiಸಿ.
Honorable Chief Justice Vibhu Bakru, Chief Justice, High Court of Karnataka, and Patron-in-Chief, Karnataka State Legal Services Authority. Honorable Srimati Justice Anu Shivaraman, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, and Executive Chairperson, Karnataka State Legal Services Authority. Shri K. Shashi Kiran Shetty, Advocate General, Government of Karnataka. Shri Vivek Subbareddy, President, Advocates Association, Bengaluru. My dear law students, distinguished members of the bar, state officials, judicial officers, namaskara. And good evening to all of you. I wish you all a very happy New Year 2026. Let this new year bring you, for your family, and all your friends, robust health, peace, prosperity, knowledge, to do as much as you can, and you should, for the humanity. I am thankful to Mr. Chief Justice for finding time for this noble cause, despite your busy schedule, which I am quite aware of it, being a Chief Justice 10 years before. How difficult it is for the Chief Justice to find time to come after the heavy duty and heavy work from 10:30 to 5, today is a working day. And yet, Madam, you and my friend, dear friend, Vibhu Bakru, has taken time for this noble cause. Thank you very much. Another thank you to both Chief Justice and Madam, my sister, that they took up this issue, perhaps first in the country, as a High Court, in their legal services. I wrote letters to all the Chief Justices of the country, requesting them that this is an issue which Supreme Court of India has taken on judicial side in a pending PIL. Therefore, please, and money being through me by sacrificing one Supreme Court judge, by constituting a committee of Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety. And therefore, I thought it is a duty of all legal service authority to take up this issue on themselves and start working on this to save the life of all innocents. I am thankful, Madam. You are the first High Court and first legal service authority who has taken up this cause so good, and so you have really won my heart. I am going to cite an example. So far the Karnataka is concerned, not only the Supreme Court Committee and the Supreme Court and all other to follow Karnataka High Court, Karnataka model for your High Court as well. So again, thank you very much. Now, before I come to the subject, I would be failing in my duty if I do not remember and pay my regards and respect to those great judges of Karnataka High Court with whom I had got a chance to interact either out of the bench or on the bench. Yes. The first name that I can take and I should take and I must take and everybody will take of Justice M. Venkatachalaya Sahab. He was mentor. He was a great judge. He is a great judge now. He is a great human being. And I had the occasion to seek his blessing whenever I used to come to Bangalore and seek his advice. Young lawyers are sitting here. Young law students are sitting here. I must share at least one small experience of mine which I had with him when I was a young judge. He came to Indore when I was a judge for hardly 2 years. That was way back in 1998, 99, 2000, almost 26 years before. I still vividly remember. Even after retirement of 20 years, he came to address the lawyers and he came to address Indian Institute of Management Indore. And he was so meticulous in his presentation with facts, figures and everything. Everybody was surprised. I, as a young judge, I went to him, touched his feet and said, sir, I am a young judge, very recently appointed. I was listening to your lordship for such a long and very patiently and very attentively. I was amazed. I said, sir, what should I do to become another Venkatachalaya like you in my career? What should I do? I have got a long career to go. The reply came from that great judge, nothing, son, your own consciousness. If your consciousness is there, just follow your consciousness and do the justice. Everything will be taken care of by the God. What a great advice. Though I was not satisfied at that time, but now having traveled 26 years now and I am today as a retired Supreme Court judge 6 years before, I agree with the great advice that he gave it to me. Nothing more than the consciousness of a judge. And so to a consciousness of a lawyer also when he addresses the court. I followed him in letter spirit, never knew that after 15 years I will become a Supreme Court judge and sit on the same chair in which he used to sit. When I went to Supreme Court, Justice Thakur requested me, he was my good friend. Even now he is my good friend. We used to play badminton every day after we used to finish SLP. He said, brother, he used to speak in Hindi. Venkatachalaya साहब आ रहे हैं आज शाम को आ जाना खाना खाने मैंने उनको इनवाइट किया है please permit me to speak in Hindi also because I can't speak vernacular. Whenever I go to other part of the country, in my state, when I go to, I speak in Marathi, I feel very comfortable. When I go to West, in other northern countries, speak in Hindi. So that I can connect to the people. I said, what will you do? Baba is a great man. What we have to simply hear his experiences. Myself, Sharad Bobde, and was retired judge, we 3 years were there. I told him this incident. As I said, today, after 15 years before, I was a young lad, I judge, and I asked this question to you. He laughed. And tell me, I still remember that day, even after retirement for 20 years, he was in late 80s, he told us in which case what he decided, in which case he relied upon which judgment of House of Lords, and in which paragraph. It was amazing. Extempore, without there being any occasion, without there being anything. He went on telling us one after another, and we went on listening to him. We 3 of us later on said within, we are sitting Supreme Court judges. And this great Chief Justice of India even after retirement of 20 years, is still holding in that House of Lords and judges and judgments and all that. That is called passion. That is called passion. It is seldom seen. Therefore, that has made him a great. It's a small lesson to youngsters. Be like him so far as studies are concerned. Tolerance, patience, reading, continuous, just like his lordship. I pay and pay full respect to him from here only. Then comes my own chief, Justice Ravindran. He was my Chief Justice in Madhya Pradesh. Till today, I am in touch with him. First as a pugney judge, on the bench, as Madhya Pradesh High Court, today as a co-arbitrator. I have yet to come across a man who is so dedicated and so loyal to the subject and so kind and humble, it is something to be learned from. As I say, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahm, Tasmai Te Guruve Namah. These two enjoy that status in our society so far as judicial fraternity is concerned. We must learn from them. Not necessary to go to them and learn. No, not necessary. You read his books, you read his articles, you read their foreword, you read their way of life, the way they progress gradually. You will come to know that there is something in them which at least I have learned. I could reach to that intellectual class which they have, but they still have that particular good qualities in them. Then I had 4 colleagues from Karnataka on the bench with which I shared. Justice Dattu, he was my Chief Justice. Then Justice Bopanna, he was my colleague, junior colleague. Then Justice Nazir and Justice Mohan. I always used to say Mohan. Unfortunately, we lost him while on the bench. I pray to God that his soul may rest in the peace. He was my next door neighbor. And we used to swim together. He was my junior colleague. Then Brother Nazir. All having, and Justice Bopanda, all having what good quality, they were great human beings. And this is exactly what Nani said for MC Chagla. He was a great judge. He was a great jurist. But over and above, he was a great human being. What a best compliment that Nani gave it to MC Chagla. I would give the same compliment to my 3 colleagues, all these colleagues, with this word. Thank you very much for digressing the point. I come on the subject. Yes. One of the most important subject, if it is in our country, in the world, not in the country, in the world, it is road safety. I have come to a firm conclusion, whether you agree with me or you don't agree with me. Why it is important? Because it kills a man. Jatasya hi dhruvam janmam mritasya cha tasmat pariharyarthe na shotir turmahasti. Gita says, a person who is born is destined to death. It is inevitable. It is in this context, one road activist said, road accidents are avoidable. It is not the will of the God. I repeat, road accidents are avoidable. It is not the will of the God. Unfortunately, in the whole world, and again unfortunately in our country, all deaths which have occurred so far, they could have been and they should have been avoided. But it was not. It is only when our Supreme Court intervened in 2012, then everybody woke out of the slumber and that road safety issue was taken to be an issue rather seriously. How? There is a leading doctor called Dr. Raj Shekharan of Coimbatore. He's a spine surgeon. one of the leading in the world, rather I am told. He went to the Supreme Court with PIL. He was not a seasoned whistleblower or a man of professional litigation, as we call when we file a PIL. No. He said, I am an orthopedic surgeon. And I find out of 100, most of the patients are only from road accidents. So road accidents are increasing in our country like anything. Something has got to be done. I can't do anything. I am only bringing to your notice that this is what is happening in our country. And therefore you must take care of it, and Supreme Court is the only one who can take care of the whole country. Their lordship were convinced. And their lordship not only entertained the writ petition, but passed a very reasoned order. And in that their lordship said, yes, our Motor Vehicles Act of 1939 has completely deadlocked, is lying. It is virtually not functioning. It needs to be amended. Something has got to be done so far as the road safety is concerned. But they said, what we can do? We appoint a committee to be chaired by none other than the Supreme Court judge. They sacrificed me. Before me, Justice Radhakrishnan was there. After his demitting the office on pleasure, it is a post of pleasure. I can resign today and go back and do anything. But it's my choice. They requested me to take up. I said, whatever mandate is given by my Supreme Court, I will accept it. They constituted a committee in para 31. Supreme Court committee on road safety. I am given 2 members, two expert members. We work together. We have a small squad. And then we monitor and measure the work of the whole state governments and central government and do it. It is in this context, 2019 amendment came in Motor Vehicles Act. And extensive amendments were carried out, taking care of section 194, 194A, B, C, D. Powers were given, and accordingly, road safety issue was taken care of. But then Parliament has made the law. But what is the point in making a law if it is not been able to properly implement it, and much less followed by the society? Now it is for that, in that pursuit, and that with all this, I am now running from pillar to post in the whole country to find out what is the position. It is with this background, I won't take your much time, because I have not come here to deliver a lecture on the subject. I will only share you 4 data. I am thankful to Vivek that you spoke very well by giving a good lecture on this small subject. I will only share a data of the world, then India, and then Karnataka, and then Bengaluru. These are the 4 steps. And I will leave it to you to decide how we have to do it. We cannot tackle this issue unless everybody is made aware, unless they are taken care of, unless they are involved. Everybody has to be involved in it. Today, everybody is involved, every wing of the country is involved, bureaucracy is involved because their duty, state is involved, central is involved. Ultimately, Supreme Court is also involved just to save the life of all innocent who are dying untimely. I will only share you some data in 5 minutes. Every year, all over the world, about 30 to 40 lakhs people are dying. And 2 to 5 crores are suffering with the injuries. Meaning thereby, every day in the world, about 3,700 people are dying. Meaning thereby, every hour in the world, 150 people are dying. Now come to our country. Every year, 1.6 lakhs people are dying in our country. 1.8 lakh 60,000 log. Now it has increased to 1,77,000 to be more precise. Meaning thereby that every day in our country 450 to 500 people are dying. Meaning thereby every day, every hour, at least 20 people are dying. It means every 3 minutes, one person is dying. By the time we conclude this meeting, minimum 5 to 6% may have gone to the God. Just see the scenario, that's all I am giving you notice, for your kind notice, how scary these figures are and how this pandemic is rising continuously and going to rise and becoming more and more severe in coming years. In 2023, 27,721 murder took place in our country. NCRB report. 302 earlier, IPC. That means 2,310 murder every month. As compared to that, we are losing 1,77,000 people in 304. Death common, object different. We tried to amend the Act of 304 to 106 by providing more rigorous imprisonment of 30 years. But then that was unfortunately stayed by the government because there was a hue and cry. This is the state of affairs so far as the world citizen is concerned. Now, I will only give you broad figure. In 2023, 4,80,583 accidents occurred. 4,80,000. Out of which fatalities were 1,72,890. And just by it, the persons who got an injury are 4,62,825. If the deaths are 177, the injuries are 4,87,000. Sometimes injuries are worse than the disease. So I take that all, whether fatalities or injuries, they are all the same. 5 lakhs accident, 1,70,000. 5 lakhs accident, same injuries, rather more. Now, we come to Karnataka. Unfortunately, India is number 1 in the world. We are number 1 in the world. All big countries, even China having 143, 135 crores population, we have beaten them. We have beaten America, we have beaten China, all countries are below us. Their target is below 1 lakh. We are 160. They are even less than 50% so far as our fatalities are concerned. And we continue to be number one with last 5 years. Now, so far as Karnataka is concerned, Karnataka ranks number 4 in the country. 4, 5, 4, 5. Now, in 2019, Karnataka had 40,000 accidents. In 2020, 34,000, 2023, 34. In 2022, 39. And now in 2023, it is 43,000. Just see the ratio. Out of 10 countries in the country are contributing 75% accidents. Karnataka is contributing number 4, about 8 to 9% in the total country. Now, so far as Bangalore is concerned, they are number 1 in the Karnataka. Total accidents in 2022, 3,822. Death, 772. In 2023, the deaths were 915. Injuries are about 3,000 to 4,000. I am just trying to tell you that this is how the entire figures of the country. Now there are only 4 causes. Overspeeding, drunken driving, wrong siding, non-wearing of helmet, and not wearing of seat belts. These causes could have been, should have been, ought to have been avoidable, and yet we are not following it. Now, how to solve this problem? I leave it to you to decide. How can we solve this problem? It is a human behavior and human psychology. Though they know that seat belt has got to be put behind we drive, we don't drive, we don't do it. So far as the helmets are concerned, they are contributing more than 50%. Now, how to solve this problem? I will request all of you to give me suggestions, how to solve this problem, what to do. I will only say, those who are not following, please try to follow it so that we can do anything. This is nothing to do with the law. But even then, somebody will have to do it. Don't expect the police authorities to take care of it. How long and how will they do it? The other day, I was in control room of the police station, and I saw in 1 minute, the police 40 challans were generated. 40. So every second there is a violation in Bangalore. In 1 minute, 40 challans were generated for violation. See how law-abiding citizens we are, that we are unable to even follow the rules at all. I leave it to you, you decide. Should we follow? Should we not follow? If we don't follow, then this is galloping. 1.4 CR is the population of your Bangalore, and the registered vehicles in Bangalore are 1.2. Almost for one person, one vehicle. Today, you will not find any human being on the road. You will only find the cars. And in coming years, the cars are bound to increase, because to increase their population, it is very easy. But to increase our population, we take time. So it is alarming. You can always see in Ukraine war and in Gaza war, their fatalities were less than 1 lakh. And in our country, the fatalities are 1,77,000 every year. So this silent war is continuing. In Ukraine war, hardly 70,000 people died. In Ukraine war also 80,000 people died. You can see it. There is a country in America in New Jersey, Bokovan, there is not a single death in that particular city. You can just Google it and see. In New Jersey, Bokovan. 9 years, but there is no death. That city has maintained their record. In Sweden, Sweden has maintained 0 fatalities. How, if they can maintain, why we cannot maintain? That is my question. What is lacking in us? If we start following the rules, police is not required to issue any challan. All these questions are so burning, everybody knows it, but yet we are not able to control it. I can't do it, I can only, with that passion, I can only convey to you, this is what is happening, it is for you to decide. Please therefore become the brand ambassador for the Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety. Convey this message to everyone and then see that Bangalore become number 1 in 0 fatalities. That is my request to all of you. With that, I will conclude and I will only show you 3 videos of hardly 5 minutes. And please see the benefits of wearing helmet and benefits of wearing the seat belt. They are actual video where car company actually sacrificed their 2 cars by actually dashing on the board and showed that this is how what will happen if you wear the seat belt and if you don't wear the seat belt. And if you wear the helmet, then you will be saved. If you don't wear the helmet, then what will happen? With this, thank you very much. Sir, I will request Chief Justice to just have it. Achha, you can see it from here. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Please show those 4 videos within 5 minutes. This is a video which you would like to see car. This gentleman did not wear the seat belt, so this see his position. Just see. And this fellow is wearing seat belt. He is saved. He is saved. Now see this. He was not wearing helmet, seat belt, this is his position. The one he was wearing helmet, he is saved. These 2 cars were sacrificed for these 2 videos. Now see second. Just see. Both were not wearing seat belts. See the rear person sitting. His position will be like this. Just see his position. It's a real video, actual video. And now see, he is wearing helmet, but this fellow is, both are in. That fellow is not wearing. Just see his condition. Where he has gone. And these all 3 were wearing seat belt, they survived. And this is how Cyrus Mistry died, because Cyrus was not wearing seat belt, so car was going at 140 speed. Therefore, he just jumped and then the position was like this and he died with the accident. Kindly, Ashok, show once again. Come second. Only these 3 videos that will show you. Just see his condition. If Cyrus was wearing seat belt, his position would have been like this. Now come to those seat belt helmets. Just see this, one of the most, just see this. Just see this. Actual video. The fellow survived. The fellow survived. He has come out. Just see. Just see. It's a real video. It's not documentary film. If he had not wearing helmet, he would have been crushed. His head would have been completely crushed. Just see a second, most dangerous. Actual video capture, just see. Just see. Just see. The tractor's tire went on his head and he, helmet saved him. Helmet saved him. It's a real video. Next. Just see. Dolls are sitting here. Just real video. The girl stood up. And just see. The way she left, okay? Just see this. This is very interesting. Just see this. Just see this. Yes. Just see this. अशोक एक बार और दिखा दो. Just repeat. No, no, not this one. Last two one. That's all. Last two one. ये हो गया. हाँ. His mother was not knowing what is happening on the road, and she went back safely in the house. और एक आखिरी और दिखा दो भाई, आखिरी वाला. Next one. हाँ, this one. This is it. Just see. But yet God was kind to him, and he survived only because of helmet. Now I therefore leave it to you what we should do while wearing seat belt and what helmet. I don't want to deliver any law lecture. I am a very practical person. I want to deliver goods to my country. I want to save everybody's life. And all these lives were saved only because they were following the rule of law. I have not come here to deliver lecture on law. If you invite me, I will do that also. Today I am a practical person, want to bring to 140 crore people of the country. If they had followed this rule, there would have been no death. But unfortunately, we are not following it. And therefore, we are suffering this. We forget. And we blame the police authorities. You don't do this, you do this, you do this. Out of the challan of 181 crores in Bangalore only 20% could be recovered. Remaining could not be recovered. We are working on that. Now committee is working on that, how to recover. But then we are not interested in earning this money. We don't want the money to be paid at all. I want that my commissioner of police should become completely a free person. कि साहब accident ही नहीं हो रहा, क्या करूँ, घर बैठा हूँ. I want that situation to come, and it will come. If you all become brand ambassador for my legal service authority, for your Chief Justice, for me and for my Supreme Court, then I will be able to tell the country and Bengaluru is number one, not only in Silicon Valley, but on this saving the life of a man. Thank you and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree that was indeed highly thought-provoking. Let's once again give a round of applause and thank Honorable Shri Justice Abhay Manohar Sapre. I would now request Honorable Shri Justice Vibhu Bhakru, Chief Justice High Court of Karnataka and Patron-in-Chief of KSLSA for the valedictory address. Bandhugale Swagatiಸಿ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ Shri Vibhu Bhakru.
Shri Justice Abhay Mohan Sapre, former judge of the Supreme Court and the chairperson of the Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety, my sister Srimati Justice Anu Sivaraman, judge of the Karnataka High Court and the executive chairperson, Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, Shri Shashikaran Shetty, Advocate General, Shri Vivek Subba Reddy, President of the Advocates Association, Bengaluru, all the dignitaries of the dais, and all the officials of the Transport Department who work tirelessly to ensure that the roads are safe. Very good evening. I'm happy to be associated with this valedictory ceremony marking the implementation of the EDRS system and observance of the National Road Safety Month 2026. I appreciate the collective efforts of the Transport Department, the Police Department, the Legal Services Authorities, and all other stakeholders who have worked together to promote road safety and improve access to justice. Road safety is often discussed as a matter of traffic management or public inconvenience. It is not. Quite simply, it's a matter of life and death. Road accidents continue to remain a serious concern. Each accident represents a loss that goes far beyond statistics, a loss of life, serious injury, and irreversible hardship to families. Between 2019 and 2025, Karnataka recorded more than 213,000 road accidents. During the same period, over 60,000 lives were lost, and nearly 28% of the victims were pedestrians. These numbers are not abstract figures. They represent individuals just like us, families permanently altered by a single moment of negligence. Their vulnerability reminds us that roads are shared public spaces and the responsibility rests heavily on those who operate vehicles. What is particularly worrying is that these figures have shown a consistent rise over the years. From the perspective of the justice system, the consequences of road accidents extend far beyond immediate incident. Courts regularly deal with criminal cases, compensation claims, and prolonged disputes arising out of such accidents. Yet no legal proceedings can undo the loss of a human life. The law can assign responsibilities, but it cannot restore what has been taken away. This is why preservation must remain our primary focus. Keen to build sustained awareness, 8 administrative departments and committees came together to observe the Road Safety Awareness Month in January 2026. This collective approach itself reflects the seriousness with which the issue is being addressed. In this context, the EDR initiative is a meaningful and a timely step by enabling real-time and structured sharing of accident-related information between investigating agencies, motor accident claims tribunal, insurance companies, and legal services institutions. EDR significantly reduces delays, improves transparency, and ensures timely compensation to victims. It also helps in identifying accident-prone black spots with precision, improving response time, and supporting evidence-based enforcement and engineering measures. In this regard, I'm pleased to briefly outline the current status of the implementation of the EDAR and EMSET modules in the state of Karnataka. The EDAR platform has already been enabled in Karnataka through the coordinated efforts of multiple stakeholders, most notably the Transport Department and the Police Computer Wing of the Karnataka State Police. The platform is fully equipped to generate the first accident report, which is FAR, the interim accident report, IAR, and the electronic detailed accident report, EDAR, in a structured and a time-bound manner. On a pilot basis, the High Court of Karnataka has rolled out consumption of FARs, IARs, and EDRs generated from this platform in Motor Accidents Claims Tribunal attached to the Court of Small Causes, Bengaluru, covering 53 traffic police stations within Bengaluru city. Further, the High Court has enabled EMACT module in the CIS by incorporating the necessary patches provided by NIC. At the Court of Small Causes, Bengaluru city, as a result of MACTs are now able to seamlessly consume data directly from EDAR portal, marking a significant step towards end-to-end digital integration of the improved efficiency in motor accidents claim proceedings. The High Court of Karnataka has consistently supported the initiatives that strengthen the speedy and effective disposal of motor accidents claims cases. The progress achieved through EDAR clearly demonstrates the value of cooperation between the judiciary and the executives in addressing issues that directly affect the lives of citizens. As a part of traffic case management reforms, the High Court of Karnataka has also established a virtual court for traffic offences for the state of Karnataka. At present, the territorial jurisdiction of the said virtual court, situated in Bengaluru, covers the police stations of Bengaluru city as well as police stations falling within the southern and the central ranges of the state. Over the past 4 to 5 years, the virtual court has processed 1,33,069 traffic challans, of which only 323 cases were contested and referred to regular courts for trial. In the remaining cases, offenders were able to compound the offences through virtual process. This initiative has not only reduced the burden on regular courts, but has also resulted in collection of fines amounting to about 115 crores, 16 lakhs, 23,150 rupees to the state of the exchequer till date. Well, all these are statistics, but like Justice Sapre just said, what we need is prevention. I think that videos that he showed you speak more louder than any of the words could. And I don't think that could be bettered by giving more examples of why road safety is a necessity. Conclusion, I would like to place on record my appreciation for the Karnataka State Legal Services Authority under the leadership of Honorable Justice Anu Sivaram for ensuring that the benefits of these initiatives reach accident victims in a meaningful manner. In coordination with the Karnataka Judicial Academy, the Transport Department and NIC, a 2-day workshop on EDAR and road safety was conducted on 20th and 29th January 2026, in which 480 officials and officials from various stakeholders and departments participated. The right to life is, of course, one of the most fundamental rights guaranteed under the Constitution. Ensuring that citizens can travel safely on public roads is a collective duty and directly supports this right in a very practical sense. Road safety should be treated not as a routine advisory, but as a serious civic obligation shared by all. I leave you all with this thought. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Honorable Chief Justice has complimented the efforts of the KSLSA Transport Department and of course the Karnataka State Police for the wonderful job, and he has called upon the entire fraternity to live up to the expectations of the public. So let's give a round of applause and thank Honorable Chief Justice Vibhu Bakru for his valedictory. Dhanyavadagalu, sir. I would now request the Public Relations Officer of Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, Shri P.M. Balasubramani, for the words of thanks.
Good evening, your lordships, and good evening, one and all. It is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks to the dignitaries on and off the dais. After a month-long awareness programs on EDAR and road safety month of 2026, we are at a concluding stage of valedictory program. Honorable Chief Justice Vibhu Bakru, Chief Justice, High Court of Karnataka, on Patron-in-Chief of KSLSA, is a towering personality, and his lordship has been taking KSLSA vision and mission to a greater heights. My lord, your gracious presence and address in this program is a source of encouragement to all of us in achieving the objective of this campaign. I, and on behalf of KSLSA, Transport Department, Home Department, and other stakeholder departments, express my sincere gratitude to his lordship. Thank you, my lord. Honorable Sri Justice Abhay Manohar Sapre, former Judge, Supreme Court of India, is with us today. His lordship is heading the Supreme Court Road Safety Committee as a chairman. His lordship graced this occasion and given meaningful message to all of us on the road safety by way of wonderful presentation. I, and on behalf of organizers, express my heartfelt gratitude to his lordship. Thank you, my lord. Honorable Srimati Justice Anu Sivaraman, Judge, High Court of Karnataka and Executive Chairperson of KSLSA, is with us today. Her ladyship's constant support and guidance in organizing of this successful event is valuable one. I, and on behalf of KSLSA, Transport Department and other organizers, express my sincere gratitude to our leadership. Thank you, your leadership. I thank Sri K. Shashikaran Shetty, Advocate General, Sri Vivek Subbareddy, President Advocates Association, for their gracious presence in this program. I express my thanks to Sri K.S. Bharat Kumar, Registrar General, High Court of Karnataka, and other registrars of High Court of Karnataka. And also express my sincere gratitude to Shashidhar Shetty, Member Secretary KSLSA, and his team. I thank Srimati H.R. Radha, Director KJA, and his team. I also thank Sri Dr. N.U. Prasad, Secretary Transport Department, Sri A.M. Yogesh, Commissioner Transport Department, Sri Karthik Reddy, Joint Commissioner of Traffic, Bengaluru, for their gracious presence in this program. I thank our trainee judicial officers who have graced this occasion. I also express my sincere gratitude to the officers and officials from the Transport Department, Police Department, NIC team, PWD Department, and other stakeholder departments for their valuable support and the grand success of this event. My thanks also goes to the advocates, LADCS councils, panel lawyers, law clerks, coordinators, professors, and law students from various law colleges, and also officers from various stakeholder departments for their extensive support and presence. I thank all the delegates and invitees who have graced this occasion. I also thank Sri Shankar Prakash for wonderful anchoring. I thank the members of print and electronic media for coverage of this event. A special thanks to the event manager and his team. I also thank all those who have directly or indirectly contributed their part in successful conducting of this event. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Mr. Balasubramanian, for cordial words of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, before you all go to your respective destinations, there are a lot of QR codes on this hall. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿ and take a pledge that you will be a part of this wonderful revolution. So in conclusion, at the out, I would request all of you to kindly rise for the national anthem. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗೀತೆಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಲ್ಲಿ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗೀತೆಯ ನಂತರ you can always scan the code.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Like to thank the dignitaries on the dais. Request all the transport department officials to stay back because the secretary and the commissioner will give away certificates and appreciation after the dignitaries depart. So all the transport officials are requested to stay back. In the meantime, please scan the QR code and take a pledge.
Whenever I go to other part of the country, I speak a little Marathi. What is it? How come they have to